Alrighty. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So at 8:30 we had that initial jobless claims. Nothing happened. I mean, it was like a flop. Nothing really happened. U.S. trade balance, 53.3 billion. U.S. initial jobless claims, 202,000. I think the forecast was 212. Okay, so at 10:15 we got Fed Logan speaks. That's really not much unless they say something really stupid. Nothing's going to happen. Fed's Bowman speaks 12:45. Logan speaks. Then Bowman speaks at 12:45. Like I said, as long as they don't say nothing stupid, everything should be fine. It's 9:06, so everything should be pretty good. Again, today, you gotta be careful because Iran news can come out and if you get caught on the wrong side, you're gonna get clobbered, which is not a good thing. Okay? That's not a good thing. You could get clobbered if you get caught on the wrong side of the news. I'd really like to be able to, let's see, on Ninja Trader, I got this Sim 101 account and I just want to delete it. I just want to get rid of it. I don't know how you really can't delete it. It says close. No, I don't want that. Come on. Window always on top. Yeah, I don't know. I can't close it. Oh well. Um, so I got a funded account that's about halfway to hitting the profit target. I got an evaluation I passed this week. I got another evaluation that I need to work on. I'll probably work on today as well. Uh, my funded account, I'll be honest with you, I'm just trading micros, a few micros on that just because of the news. If you get caught up on the wrong side, you're pretty much done. I mean, yesterday I could have made like $1,500 and already be to the profit target, but I got caught on the right side of the news yesterday, so that was a good thing. And also that's how I passed that one eval. Was it this week? I think. Yeah, today's Thursday. Wow. Oh, we got some orders kicking in about 41. Yep, we got some support down up in here about 7:15. So about 9:15. I started the stream early. About 9:15, we're gonna go over some stuff. We're definitely trading below the session VWAP, so I'd be careful about uh, going long, to be quite honest. We got an ATR up 12 right now, about 20 minutes to the market opens. Again, be careful with the news. I made some updates. I got the show delta persistent signal. Delta surge is 5 stacked values, has to be 3 or more. Stacked delta persistent. It says DP double delta persistent stack levels DP double delta persistent price ticks of 2. So I can go over that a little bit later. Um, I need to know what the good setting is for ES. I don't know how many people trade the ES, but I mean I trade it. I don't know how many other people trade it just because everybody wants to trade the NQ. Everybody wants to trade the sexy NQ, because it's volatile. but the new version is definitely out. I've updated the candles a little bit. I got the Delta Persistent there. I'll have to show everybody how to use it later. We got about 5 minutes, then I'm going to go over the daily stuff. But if you go to Financial Juice, like I said, 8:30 jobless claims, really not much happened. 10:15 Logan speaks, Fed Logan. That's really not market moving, to be honest, unless he says something stupid. 12:45, you got Bowman speaks again. I'm usually done clicking buttons by that time. Also, I updated the candles. They were kind of really right up against each other. I put some spacing in between them. I made the candles a little bit uh, thinner, so it looks a little bit better when it's set to solid candles. So, like I said, I've got a funded account. I'm halfway to the payout threshold, and then I got a brand new eval that I got to trade. As you can see up here, got a brand new eval. I got to trade. I got a funded account that's at 51,200. It could have been a couple $100 over already, but like yesterday, I could have made like 1,500 on that pretty easily. Um, I traded a few micros instead because the volatility with this news, I don't know what's going on. Also, I need to add tonight. I might add we got a 5 minute. I might add a 15-minute chart. Again, we're starting to sell off. We got support at 700. Got 43 resting at 700. 40, 45 bids at 700. 40 bids at 700. You get up there and probably we hold that about 700, but you're right here. You got a lot of negative delta. This is one thing you really got to be aware of. You got a lot of negative delta right up here. And this is overnight session. Okay. This is overnight session. We got a lot of delta. Let's see, what's my settings? Tick merge at 6. That might, yeah. Tick merge of 6. I'm gonna tick merge this to 4 maybe. Uh, so we got a lot of delta right up in this area. You got to be aware of right here. You got a lot of delta up in this area. You got the point of control right here, and you got most of the volume right there. Right here, you got some volume, but you got a lot of negative delta up here. Okay, you got to be aware of that. We're trading below the point of control. We are definitely below the session VWAP. You got to be aware of that. Make sure everything is there. That's not set. It needs to be set to 1. That's set to 1. I can click a whole bunch of times, get a couple orders out there. What I would suggest that people do, I don't execute off a Ninja Trader. I execute off a Rhythmic. I execute off the Rhythmic order book, but that's just me. Just because if something happens with Ninja Trader, I can always execute orders right off of Rhythmic. I have to appoint him control. Resting Aubur's up there at 7.5, about 15 points away. Don't even know if we're going to get there. They're still sitting there at 700. Uh, I wish you could customize rhythmic order book. I don't think you can. There's no settings up here. Got to save default text. I need to code my own order entry. I need to code my own order entry. Kind of like what I did with the DOM. I need to code that. You got a little bit of 720. You got a little bit there. Um, okay. Let's go over the daily. We've got about 15, about 13 minutes before the market opens. So we're definitely trading below the session VWAP. The thing is, you have to be aware of where we are right now. We are currently right here, trading right here. Okay, we're currently trading right here. Yesterday's low was right there. This is the volume profile. This is where most of the volume was, that yellow line right there. That is the point of control for the volume profile. This is a TPO, the little rainbow colors. That is a TPO chart, time price opportunity, that tells you where most of the time was spent. Each block is 30 minutes. I'm showing overnight session and New York session and all of it. Okay. So if we And right here, you have to be aware, right up in here, we've already broke the lows from yesterday, but right here, you see all that low volume right there? You can travel through that pretty quickly. And right here is why I drew a box, because if we start breaking down, that's where our next support is right up in this area right here. We had a lot of distribution of volume right up in here on March 31st. So if we lose this low right here, the session low, we could possibly come down in here just because of this low volume area. It's just an area that's not very interesting, to be quite honest. So people just don't buy and sell, and they just kind of, if we're selling off, more than likely we could drift down pretty easily and come down to this volume area right here where that point of control is, that yellow bar right there. That's why I drew the uh, box right there. If we lose this area right here, the next area is this box right here, about 23,300. Okay, 23 half, 23 half, roughly in there. Because if we lose the volume area right there, the next area that it traded in most of the time was right in this area, the point of control for the 31st. Also, we have this point of control for the TPO chart and the point of control for the volume from the 30th. Okay, so you got that whole area right there as as support. Okay, that's why I drew all of that. Okay, so if we lose this area, we could come down to the point of control for the 31st, for the volume point of control. That's where most of the volume was traded. Okay, but also right here on the little rainbow stuff, this is TPO chart, time price opportunity. I'm going to be developing one for Ninja Trader with the package. So if you become a member of the site, you'll get everything. You'll get everything that is there, plus you'll get everything that I code in the future. Okay. So that is all right there. That is what I'm looking at for today. Is I'm looking at whoops, yeah, I'm looking at this area right here. Okay. I'm looking at this area right here. And this area right here is an area of interest as well because that's where, on the 31st, that's where most of the volume point of control was. Now, if we switch this over, we got about 9 minutes. If we switch this over to New York session, regular trading hours, this is what we get right here. Okay, this is regular trading hours. Okay, this is New York session, regular trading hours. Again, we have this area right here again, and we have this area right here. So that is what I'm looking at. Right now we're trading Right now we're trading at 736. So right up in here around 736 is where we're trading, right up in this area. Like I said, if we lose this area right here, this low volume area, and also look at that time price opportunity on the 31st during New York session, it was very low. So we could easily go from 737 right down to like 600. We could easily lose 50 points pretty quickly in the morning. Or they could shoot this thing straight up 500 points. We have no idea. All we can do is just look at the orders. All we can do is just look at the orders that are coming in. But this is what I'm looking at. We're currently trading at 745, roughly about this area. If we lose this low volume area in New York session for the 31st, time price opportunity, there was not much time spent there. There was not much volume. We could come down here to 23,500. That would be the support. Then if we break this area right up in here, the next support is 23,300. Are we going to get there? I have no idea. All I know is that's an area of interest, and I really didn't make any box to the upside because I don't even think we're going to get up there, but I could be wrong. The market does what it wants to do. Um, Here, I need more coffee. I got my coffee pot in the office. Oh, we had some large volume up in here. No large one single orders. Okay. These bubbles right here are large one single order contracts. Okay. And then right here, these bubbles are aggregated volume within 100 milliseconds. Of course, you got the heat map up there. And my heat map settings are set to resting orders of 10. I'll probably change that to 15 right now since we're going into a minimum volume of 5. Since we're going into, I'll just clear everything out. Since we're going into the New York session in about 6 minutes. I got my coffee pot on the bookshelf right beside my desk. So it's pretty easy to get the coffee. Because there was quite a few times when I would go get coffee, the market would move and I'd friggin' lose money, and that was an expensive cup of coffee. Uh, it's right there at 720. You got resting bids right there, about 20 of them. You got 22 right up in here. I don't even know if you still have them down at 700. No, you don't have anything down at 700. And if you noticed, I'm only doing the DOM depth of 75 depth. I don't need it to be 500 or anything because I that's useless information. Okay. You really don't need to know what is way up there, 500. And also, uh, the stuff that is up there is going to very drastically change once we get close to it, like 20, 30 points, 50 points. It's going to change. And all it does is just use up resources on the system. So, uh, I just don't show it. But I give you the opportunity to do that. You got a system that can handle it, great. Um, I just it's not information that's really needed right at the moment. And also, I don't set the resting orders to anything like 5. If you set it to 5, where we got 4 minutes. If you set it to 5, you get all of this. This is really not needed. People might like it because it's a nice little graphic thing, you know. It's really not needed. It really isn't. Um, and quite frankly, you don't even need a heat map, to be honest. You really don't even need a heat map. The only thing that really matters is the histogram right here. And you don't even need a live pulse for this. You can put the histogram, if you go to settings, you can say large volume, show level 2 data, heat map, did and ask Dom, you can put the heat map on your regular times. If you don't want the live pulse, that's fine. You can download the update. The update, I have added a delta persistent signals. I threw this out here. I got it done last night. Plus, I updated the solid candles. The solid candles, I kind of put some spacing up there, made it a little bit more presentable. So I did an update, made it a little bit more presentable. You see how on the solid candle you can actually see the stacked and balance. That stacked and balance right here, you can actually see that a little bit better. Of course, you can color it the way you want. Maybe I need to put the Z index, which got taken away, which means that it would sit on top of the candle. I need to check the Z index. I just didn't have time last night because I was running out of time. Market is looks like it could pop. Who knows? We have no idea. What I do know is, like what I said here, right now we're trading at 760 up in this area, right up in here. If we lose, if we come down, we have on the 31st, we have low volume on the profile and on the TPO chart, where most of the time was spent, time price opportunity, each block is 30 minutes. That is a low area of interest, and we could easily come down to 23,600. We could easily come down to 23,600. That's 150 points. It can do that pretty easily. Heck, this market, it could do that within a few seconds. So you got to be careful. I will tell you exactly what I'm doing. I am not execute. We got a little bit of time left. Few seconds. 10:15. Ted Logan speaks again. Not very interesting unless he says something stupid that would move the market, but more than likely they won't say something stupid. I just don't pay attention to that. We really don't have any red folder events coming out. We had at 8:30 initial job claims. That was kind of a dud. I was looking to play that. That was kind of a dud. Uh, that's about it. Uh, yeah. Good morning. Hey, let's go. Uh, like I always say, sit on your hands. First 5-10 minutes, sit on your hands. If you're gonna play the opening drive, you better have a solid plan to do that. When I play the opening drive, I usually do it with ES. There we go. You got you got the delta persistent surge right there with 223. 223 happened within 1,000 milliseconds, 1 second. You see these little dots right here? You see those little dots? These dots right here. That is where the persistent delta That is where the persistent delta surge happened, was right there where those dots are on the right-hand side. And if it's selling, it will show up. There'll be the blue violet dots or whatever color you have will show up on the left side. Okay, we got a double We got a buy and bounce right here. We got a buy and bounce. We got delta persistent buying right there. So that is a delta surge. Basically, if you go to the settings, the white window, that's a race condition I need to fix. I just haven't been able to figure it out. Gave it to AI. They couldn't figure it out either. Eventually, we will. Uh, the delta, let me clear this out. Let me clear that out. There it goes again. You just have to reopen it. The delta surge I have set to 50. You could set this to 75. That's pretty good. Stacked levels, there has to be an imbalance of 3 levels, which means 3 ticks. And it has to, and the delta persistent price ticks have to tick up twice. What what that means, did I just lose something? My charts just froze. Did I lose internet? Let me check real quick. Nope. Nope, we're back. I don't know what the heck happened. Was that CME? Did anybody else freeze up? I don't know. That happens sometimes. I don't know if it's Bullnox rhythmic connection. When I'm on Bullnox on rhythmic connection, you're on that crappy demo connection with rhythmic though. You're not on their solid system. What the heck was I saying? I was talking about the persistent ticks. What it has to do is that it has to tick up. Okay, it has to have a buy-in tick up. If it ticks down on a cell, that is invalid. Delta persistence is not going to show. Sit on your hands first 5-10 minutes if you're new, unless you have a plan to trade the open and drive. Um, so it has to tick up twice and it has to be stacked levels. But as you can see, there was multiple little dots right there. That tells you strong buy-in with a delta surge. Delta surge was 223. That's pretty significant. On a candle that's 333, you had the delta surge right there, persistent delta surge. You had a stacked buy-in bounce. That was a go. So if you get in on the next candle, this candle, you can come up here. I mean, if you got the top, that's great. 18 points. Normally, you get about half of it, so you get about 8 points. Um, I just normally just sit on my hands the first 5-10 minutes, folks. Sit on your hands first 5-10 minutes. If you do an update, I've changed the solid candles. The solid candles right here, the solid candles. I've changed it up a little bit, gave a little bit more opacity. The border is a little bit, I don't know, but they're thinner. Okay, before that they were only 90% of the column, and they looked like they were right stacked right on top of each other. So now if you kind of scroll out, that's that's pretty nice. And as you can see here, they're kind of nice spacing in between them. So I added that last night. I'm starting to put on a little bit of the polish since most of it is pretty much good to go. What am I looking at here? Um, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a run up and a pullback. I'm looking for a run up and a pullback, kind of like what we have. Uh, right now, we are not losing that low volume area from the 31st. As you can see right here, we're trading right up in this area. We're holding this area. If we lose this area around 730, we could easily come back down to 23,600 just because that's a low volume area and a low TPO area, time price opportunity. They're not interested in this area right here. I'll be coding one of these for Ninja Trader. See, this is why you sit on your hands. You got to let them know, find out what they want to do. Let them decide. Let the institutions decide. Right now, we had uh, 49 seller that kicked in. They got caught on the wrong side. But this happened so fast, you ain't gonna be able to get that, man. Unless you got an algo that can sitting right there on top of the network of CME, you ain't getting nothing. Okay, we're on the 5 minute. If you look over there on the 5 minute, let's look at this right here. Uh, Let me change the settings right here. Maybe resting orders to 10. We'll just clear this out. You got some resting bids up there at 736 right there on that histogram. I see it pretty decent. As you can see right here on the 5 minute, if you look over to the right, you see a 5 minute chart. I only trade off of a 5 minute, 1 minute, and then I look at a 30 minute longer time frame. That's really all I trade off of. I try to keep it as simple as possible. I can't do too many things at once. So I just keep it as simple as possible. Okay, if we break and we close below this, we got about 4 minutes. If we close below this area right up in here, we could go back down to that 600 area. We could easily lose 100 points today. We got some resting bids there at 7.25 and 720 roughly up in this area right here. If you came down here and you see that support right there, you see that 26 with the high delta because the bubble is nice green and solid. You could get in there and try to scalp yourself off 20 points if you trade you trade heat map. If you trade heat map, I've been trading for 10 years and it's really hard for me to uh, try to click the button because it's not in my trading plan, but I do need to get used to it. Maybe I need to do that on an eval. As you can see right here, I've got a funded account that I'm working on. I got $1,200 in the funded account. Bullnox, I just loaded up another eval right there. I passed one eval earlier this week, so I got like 5 funded accounts. Uh, on my Rhythmic, my order book, I got both of those accounts loaded up. But I'll be quite honest with you, I am trading only a few micros on my funded account because of the news. I'm only doing that because of the news. If you get caught on the wrong side, you're going to get slaughtered. If you get caught on the right side, you could make $1,000, $2,000. But I don't like taking chances like that. I trade even the prop firm accounts. I trade them uh, pretty close to what I would trade my personal account. Capital preservation. All right, we got some fills up in here in this support area right here. They're actually filling it. They're not breaking it. They broke it a little bit. They need to reclaim it very quickly if this is going to be an absorption play. They need to reclaim it very quickly. They're not reclaiming it. They're going down to 720. They're breaking that. We're selling off. Is the NQ going to shit the bed this morning? Well, it possibly could. It possibly could. Remember what I said, folks. Remember what I said. This is low volume area. We could go down pretty quickly, down to 600 pretty quickly. That's 100 points. NQ could shit the bed for 100 points pretty easily. You got to think about it and look at it longer time frame. We've got this right here. You could have taken this sell and bounce area right here. You could have taken that sell right there. You could have taken that sell right there. We got 47 contracts that kicked in. We've got 47 contracts that kicked in. All right. I just okay. I could have made a lot more money if I would have paid attention instead of running my mouth. This is why I have a hard time. I have a hard time, folks. I have a hard time. I mean, that's $190. That's nothing. Okay. I have a hard time streaming and trading at the same time. When I can sit in my office and listen to music, I can crank this shit out. But I have a hard time streaming and trading at the same time because I can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. Uh, But the reason I got in is because we were losing at 47 right there, so I kinda got in a little bit right up in here. Okay, I got myself some money, but then, right here on the, right here, let me scroll back a little bit. I guess right up in here, I saw it, but then, I saw the support right here, and then I just went on ahead and got out, and I'm glad I did because I would've gave back all my profits. But the thing is I shorted it. I hit buy market. It gave me an error on Rhythmic, and then I just had to cancel flat and all. So I don't know what the heck that was. Boy, you know, crap like this don't happen on a personal account. Uh, but what you could have did, I mean, I made a couple $100. I can't uh stream and pay attention to trading. But this is what you want to do. Uh, you're sloping down on the 1 minute, okay? For one, we got delta persistence right there. I would not buy that. I would not buy that. Why? Because the 1 minute moving average sloping downwards. Look at the 5 minute. We just sold off on the 5 minute. Okay, we just sold off on the 5 minute. So I'd be very extremely careful with this. Um, what is the ATR? The ATR, the ATR right now is 26 ATR, it looks like. I'm on a 1 minute. Yep, 26 ATR. So, well, that seems kind of normal to me. I could be wrong. It's 27 right now, 27 and a half ATR. Oh, well. Um, okay, right here. Let's explain this. Okay, let's explain this. Why did I get, well, what you should have did, not like me, get in down here, but it got me about a couple $100. Who cares? Uh, it could have been a lot more. It could have been like a $500 trade. But hey, this is what you do. Uh, because we sold off right here, the order flow bar moving average is sloping downwards. Okay. We had a sell and balance area right there. We had 28 contracts, sell contracts right there because the large orders I have set to 25. Once you see this, okay, uh, once you see a sell imbalance, okay, and that's 4 times more seller than buyers of stack to 3. Now, I have this tick merged, okay? I have this tick merged a 1 minute. I'm on a 1 minute. I have it tick merged to 4, okay? The reason I do that is because the NQ trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. You know, you got, yeah, So you had a sell imbalance and you had 28 sell contracts. That is one order of 28 contracts. That's probably institutional market maker. You don't have retailers slinging around that kind of size. When you break this area right here, you already going down. You had a run up, you had a micro pullback, you have the moving average sloping downwards. You can get in on that. Okay. And then where do you start covering? Well, if you have a green candle right here, you have 214 negative delta. Okay, you got 97 positive delta. Once it starts breaking this area right here, you really need to start getting out, especially early morning like this. And you can possibly pick yourself up 15 points real quick. Okay, it's like a $300 trade. I mean, if you get lucky, you can get down here. And once you start seeing that 61, once we start trading above it, you can get out for 25 points if you want. Make yourself $500, or you can trade multiple contracts and be like a monkey and peel that banana off a little bit. Like I say, trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana, peel it off. You know, this is not very. I don't have a whole bunch of indicators on my screen. Really, the only thing I really care about uh, is this right here. This right here. I care about what it has done in the past and where we are at. And right now, I'm thinking it's a sell. I ain't buying this stinking market because, for one thing, on the session VWAP, we are sloping downwards. We are below the session VWAP. The deviation of it is probably, we're probably even below that, one standard deviation. But we are downward on the VWAP, sloping downwards on the VWAP. Okay, if you're a new trader, only take shorts. Only take shorts. Don't be counter trend trading. You get slaughtered like a pig. Don't be like the rest of these folks out here trying to buy the lows and getting slaughtered. Every now and then they might get lucky. They might blow 4 or 5 evals, and then they get lucky on one eval. But like I say, even a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then. Okay, so main thing that you need to be looking at, look at this 5 minute right here. Look at this 5 minute right here. We got 49 sell contracts. We got 28, 47, 61. We got 43 sell contracts. I don't see no stinking large orders being slung around by the big dogs of any buy contracts. I see a lot of delta persistence happening to the upside, so they're trying to push it up, but not a whole lot. And this delta persistence, this is something that I used when I traded order flow. I've been trading order flow for years. This is something, what I coded in is something that I looked at on a footprint chart. If we switch over to a footprint chart, let's switch over to a footprint chart, okay? Let's switch over to a footprint chart. Oh, man. Okay. Let's switch over to a footprint chart. Look at all this area right here. Okay. Look at all that area right there. You got 15 to 44. You got 13 to you got 13 to 27, 35, 35. You know, you got persistent buying up in here. That what happened is we had a delta surge in this area. It surged. The delta surged at least 50 points up. And what happened was it ticked up with a buy. It ticked up again. And it surged 50 points, and it was the imbalance area is more than the selling, okay? Because the settings on this is delta surge. It has to surge 50 delta points for 1,000 milliseconds. I have it set to 1 second. I might change that to 750, 500 milliseconds, a half a second. I don't know. I'll work with that. The delta persistent stack levels is 300. 300, Jesus. 3, okay? So the stack levels have to be in balance of 3, okay? And then the delta persistent price ticks. It has to tick up 1 and then tick up again. If it ticks up 1 and then ticks down 1, that's invalid. It's not going to show. So that's, and I've used that. I used to delta scalp the crap out of this on a footprint chart. I used to delta scalp the crap out of the NQ. Okay, I used it. I just used hotkeys and just delta scalp it, and that's what this is. Okay. I need to create a video and explain all this, or you can just watch me live. Okay. And how you want to play this, how you want to play these deltas. This is how I play them. If you see, let me show you something like this. I'll show you a good trade to take. Okay, you had a buy imbalance and you had a delta persistent, delta surge, and it surged to 126. So if you break that high right there, you can go long. We really didn't break it. You really have to look at the delta. Once we start breaking it, then you can go. Okay, now this one, delta surged 54. We had one little dot, so that's not multiple delta persistent ticks. We had 43 seller. Once you break that 43 seller up here, because you've got buying pressure, at 43, I don't know, because you got, let me switch over. Oh, my word, I didn't switch over to RTH. Let me switch over to New York session. Like I said, I can't stream and do things at the same time. I'm kind of a weirdo like that. Oh, man. Once you see that 43, you have, and then we had a delta persistent ticks up here. Okay, so you can probably get in. Probably get out about right here for about 20 points, okay, because you had a delta persistent. If that persistent tick was down in this area, okay, down in this area, I don't like that. I like the delta persistent ticks to happen up top. that's like halfway. That's okay. I mean, you could get in on this candle right here, and you probably would have got yourself maybe 10 points on the break of that high. You got to wait till it closes. Sometimes you get nice ones like this one, and you can do that if you want because it's going to show up real time. You can do that if you want. You can get in here on this one and kind of ride this up. Okay, if you see a lot like 3 or 4 dots of delta persistent ticking, then you can go ahead and jump in, okay? Where are you gonna put your stop? Well, your stop should be down below here, okay? You need to have a tight stop. Or if your risk parameters, down in that area, go for it, man. All right, let me pay attention. I hope this is all making sense. If you need an order flow, it's probably like drinking from a fire hose. I need to do a video and just do a basic video. Just do a basic video of footprint and of order flow. I just need to do a basic video, beginner video for people. And you got it on the 5 minute. I'm showing it on the 5 minute as well. Okay, I'm showing it on the 5 minute as well. Uh, right here, I show delta persistent ticks. I'm showing it on the 5 minute just because I'm testing it. I really want to see. Plus, it's actually good to see because you can see right here we had persistent buying right here, delta persistence right there. We had a dot right there, a dot right there, a dot right there. So yeah, it's there. Okay, it's there. It's there. So the momentum's upwards. We could get a little squeeze on these contracts right here. There's not a whole lot of large contracts being slung around. Not a whole lot of large contracts. They're probably scared of the news too, just like me. Okay. On the flow order flow live pulse, on the live pulse, we got a buy. We got the first buy of the day, folks. Look at this. We got the first buy of the day right here on this volume profile. On this column is to sell, this column is to buy. As you can see right here, we had a buy. Okay. We had some selling right here. We had the largest seller right here of 61 contracts. That's what that yellow that's what that yellow dot is. That's what that yellow bar is. That just shows you the point of control for the largest buyers. And we've got some and we've got persistent buying up in here. Ensure the order size. Oh, you mother effer. You mother effers. Come on, man. Now I know what the problem was. Lost out on that trade a little bit. I lost out on that trade a little bit. I lost out on that trade a little bit. Okay. I lost out on that trade a little bit, folks. Daggone it. But I found out what I was doing wrong. Had a little brain fart. Had a little brain fart up in here. Had a little brain fart. As you can see right here, $470. I missed out because I was running my mouth again. Ba-ba-ba-ba. I was running my stinking mouth again. About 14 points on that. I got in at 840. Got in at 840. I was running my stinking mouth again. All right, let's see. Why did I get in this trade? Why was I all giddy? Why the heck would I buy? Why would I buy the stinking high when about everybody, 90% of them are going to sell this stinking thing? Be like, man, this thing's gone too high. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Now I'm going to blow me up an account. Oh, I'm going to blow me up another one. I'll eventually get this right because I'm a blind squirrel looking for a nut. Um, Okay, why did I buy this stinking thing? Well, for one, I bought it a little late. I could have made me a lot more money, but it is what it is, folks. I had a little, um, I'm trading off a Rhythmic, the order book, okay? And you got to set a stinking default because for some reason, if you just click the up area and you do one contract, if you click, if you click the up arrow, because here it is. If you click the stinking up arrow right here and you do a trade and then you try to sell, buy, whatever, this, for some reason, this goes back to zero after you do a freaking order and you got to do set default. I mean, I don't know, man. Brain fart. Messing it out. Now I figured it all out. Now I know how to work the order book on Rhythmic. All right, so why did I buy this stinking thing? And why did I dump it? Well, I dumped it because I don't trust the market for one thing. And also, this thing was losing steam. Okay, this thing was losing steam right up in here. That persistent. Okay, let me explain this. For one, we were sloping upwards on the moving average. We are above the 5 minute is sloping upwards. We are above the 5 minute. Okay, we're above the 5 minute. Yes, we are still below. We are still below the VWAP. Okay, we're still below the VWAP. That's fine. New traders should not be counter trend trading. Okay. Uh, but if you want to, this is how you do it. Why did I get in? For one, we had 40 contract buy order. Okay. Another thing I got in is you got this seller right here. All these sellers down below, all those sellers down below. Okay. All these sellers right here down below, they're looking at this, and this thing is starting to break new highs, and this thing is looking to go. Now, I know these institutions have a lot of money. I know that, okay? But you also have to understand is you got algos trading this thing, okay? And more than likely, those algos are not going to be are designed not to lose. You can actually buy this right here because it's a run up, it's a micro pullback. You could actually get in right here and get yourself about 10 points. We got persistent buying right there. Here, I'll explain this later. We got persistent buying right here. This thing, and I missed another freaking stinking trade because I'm running my mouth and streaming and mother. Um, oh boy, this been boy. I might be able. I could have probably passed freaking eval in one day. Um, yeah. So if we go below this area right here, that's all, folks. If we go below this buy and bounce area, you got to get out. Okay, I don't care if you make 5 points, just get the heck out, man. We have extended pretty aggressively from the moving average. If we start losing this area, you got to get the frick out, man. You got to get the frick out. Okay, but you got to look at the delta down here. The delta's climbing. We're at 230. It needs to be climbing to 250, not 2.25. Okay, we just opened up another candle. This candle right here, the delta needs to start climbing. Okay, that delta right there climb 50, 50. I want to see 100. I want to see 100 delta. I want to see this thing start running up, man. Running up, man. Running up. You're going the wrong way. I'm trying to explain something here, NQ. Can you get your booty in gear? Okay, there we go. Thank you. This right here needs to be surging. Okay, it needs to surge. Okay, now it surges 75. We have a sell contract up here. They're gonna get caught. We've got 25 sell contract. They're going to get caught pretty soon. They're going to be like, "Oh, I made the wrong decision," and then we're going to put fuel to the fire with only a little tiny 25 contract right there. Okay. If you got in right here, you really need to start paying yourself, folks. Trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana. You got to think. You got a big topping tail up here. You got a big topping tail right here. If you break this, you can stay in. Right now, we're still at the highs right now. We're still at the highs. We had a run up. We had a micro pullback. You had 53 buyer, 30 buyer. Had a delta surge right up in here. You could have gotten in on this micro pullback and you'd be up about 50 points. That's $1,000 trade right there, folks, for you. That's $1,000 trade right there. And if you missed that one, you could have gotten in on this one because you had 1, 2, 3, you had quadruple stacked buying balance. You had the delta surge, multiple. There was so many stinking dots up in there. and then oh, you got Delta persistent. They start buying up in here and they're losing it. And you need to get out. You need to get out and take your 30 points and take your ball and go home. Okay? This is how the donuts are made in the morning. This is how the donuts are made in the morning, folks. If you lose that low right there, you really got to get out. Okay? You really got to get out because you got to think about this. You got a seller, a little dinky seller, but you got a seller. You got some negative delta right up in here that's being formed because of that candle right there. Okay. So you really got to think about this. Also, you got to think about this. You had persistent delta surge. You had 171 delta surge. You had persistent. Look at that. A lot of delta persistent buying. It was tick up, tick up, tick up, tick up, tick up, tick, 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 tick. It was just ticking up, man. It was ticking up. And look what happened. We lost it. The buyers lost their steam. They got absorbed up in this area. And now, where are we going? We're going back down, folks. Probably we're going back down to the moving average. Or it could show me wrong right here on stream and run 1,000 points. I have no idea. I really don't care, though. I just trade what the market gives me at the time. Okay, so why did I take this? Why did I take this earlier? Let's take a look at this. Why did I take this earlier? So for one, before I got rudely interrupted by the NQ wanting to run up again, I got rudely interrupted trying to explain a trade, and NQ rudely interrupted me and wanted to do another stinking trade. We had 40 buyers right here, okay, and also you had those sellers down below that were underwater, okay. You got an inside bar, which is a good one. You got a large buyer right there, 40 contracts on one order. That's institution market makers right there. You're breaking this high right here. The high of the day was up in this area, okay. So why would I buy? Well, for one, this right here, you got looks like 5 stacked volume balances right here. You got some persistent delta surging right there. We had 99 right there. So realistically, what you can do is wait for a pullback, get in on this area right here, and your stop can either be right down in here below all that 4 times more buying than selling, or it could be the low, whatever your risk parameter is, okay? And then you come in here and then I got out. I got out up in here. Why did I get out? Because it was running up and it was surging, and I saw all this, and I'm like, yeah, man, that's what I like to see. I thought I was going to get me a big old 100-pointer, but nope. It started coming right back down, and then I cut the mother lover because all of those persistent delta surge buyers, persistent delta surge in buying got absorbed. We had a little micro pullback, and then I was explaining the trade, and I got rudely interrupted by NQ because it wanted to do another trade because we had a micro pullback. We had a little inside bar right there. Boop, boop, boop. We had a little inside bar right there. Actually, it was right there. We had 53 buy contracts, and then kind of made a little bit of low again, 31 buy contracts, okay? And then once you break this bar right here, you can get in right here, put your stop down there about below this 53.31, because if you lose this area, you could go back down. You got to use these large orders for support, okay? But then we decided to run back up in here, and you probably would have gotten yourself a 30-pointer, $600 trade. I'm hoping all this makes sense. Okay. So let's say you did get in here because you had a little run up and had a micro pullback. This is why you don't chase. Don't chase. Okay. I don't care if you miss a move. Who cares if you miss a trade? I missed this trade because NQ wanted to interrupt me while I was trying to explain something, and I missed this trade. Okay. No big deal. Why? Because there's always another trade right around the corner. It might not happen today. It will happen later on, but I know there will be. Okay. I know there will be. You could have gotten in here. You had quadruple buying balance. You had delta persistent buying right there. It was positive 88, had a little arrow right there. That arrow right there is not telling you to buy. I might take that out. It ain't telling you to just go ahead and stink and buy. Okay, even though you kind of ran up like this, that was a nice one. It's just a guideline. Okay, I mean, I'll show you a trade that you can do, but why would you get out of the trade if you got in here? Well, like I said, I got out here because the persistent delta persistent buy-in was getting absorbed, just like it got absorbed up here. And we were at a positive 171 delta. And look what happened. We came back down. We came back down to the order flow bar moving average, and now we're running back up. Would you take this sell right here? Short, negative 98 delta. They're shorting this right here. Lord have mercy. They still going. You still going. I'm sitting there trying to explain stuff and you still going. Do I need to just let you run for the day and I'll explain stuff when you're done? When you're done for the day? You're still running, man. I'm trying to explain something here and you're interrupting me there, NQ. Uh, okay. You go, boy. I'll sit here and drink my coffee. You go, boy. I'm missing out on trades trying to explain this stuff. I missed out on a nice, sweet trade right there. I could have gotten 600 bucks. I could have been up $1,000 on this eval, but instead I'm missing trades left and right, and I'm only up 470. Man, I hope you guys enjoy this. Uh, it was Thursday. I could have easily not streamed today, listen to some music on my headphones, just chill here and just have a conversation with NQ since we've been friends for 10 years. It's been a love hate relationship, but we've been friends for 10 years. You know, it is what it is. Oh well. Uh, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Oh well, $470 on that eval. Better than nothing. Better than nothing. It'll I'll pass this eval probably next week. I'll probably pass it and then I'll have like 6 funded accounts uh with Bullnox. I really need to work on this funded right here. This thing's like $1,200 up. I really need to work on this thing, don't I? Hmm. Oh well. I hope you guys enjoy this. So we got all of this right here. I kind of updated the solid candles. I made them the spacing a little bit better. They were right up against each other. And the reason I did that is because I needed these persistent bubbles right here. Um, I needed them. So, why would you sit here and buy the stinking high of the day, right? You got this right here. This is the stinking high of the day. Most people are probably trying to short this thing, but not me because I see all this double stacked buy-in bounce. I see this persistent buy-in. So that's a go for me and take some profits right up in here when the persistent buy-in is drying up. You can always get back in because look what happened. It ran up and we did a micro pullback. You got all them buyers for support. You got a micro pullback here, a little inside bar, and you get a break of that, and then you get yourself a nice little $800 trade up in here. Because if you get up in here, boom, get up in here, you see all of this right here. You can actually add to the trade, add to your winners, cut your losers. Once that persistent buy-in starts drying up, you get out for about 40 points. That's $800 trade right there. That's really all you need to do. Okay. And if you make $800 for the day, you need to call it a day, I'm telling you. Don't be a greedy mother lover because greed will blow your account. Get your trades, get your base hits, get your trades, get consistent. Get some self-discipline about cutting, okay? Get some self-discipline about taking your loss like a big boy or girl or whatever you wanna call yourself. If you're a zebra, take it like a big old zebra. I don't know. I ain't politically correct. I don't care about this stuff. I don't care what other folks do. Just leave me the heck alone. I'm just some old redneck from Virginia that learned how to trade. Actually, I learned how to write code first because I've been a software engineer for 15 years. Uh, but that's what it is. Wow, it was a good day. 10:15. Most people are done for the day. Looks like NQ ain't though. Look at that. NQ ain't done for the day. Oh well. Oh, here, let me put the link in there. Oh yeah, I already did. Download new version. The link's already in there. Let's make sure that it's still working. Yep, it's still working. Go ahead and download this. It's free. It's free for next couple weeks. Then after that, the first 100 people, more than likely, the first 100 people gonna get it for $95 for a whole year. That's $8 a month. I must be stupid, but it is what it is. Um, I mean, some people pay $95 a month for something like this. Okay, so here's the thing. This is not a micro pullback to me. Okay, this is not a micro pullback. Why? Well, for one, we had some absorption right up in there in that area. Okay, this is a micro pullback. We had to run up, boom. That is a micro pullback. Okay, because look at the delta. Look at the delta on that negative on that red bar right there. Delta was 93. We had 53 buy order right there. One contract, one order, 53 contracts. Okay, this is a micro pullback. This is not. Okay, to me, it's not. You can call it a bull flag, whatever you want. I don't care. But that is not a micro pullback to me. Neither is this. But if you do buy that and put your stop down here, as soon as you see those sellers and see that persistent delta persistent buy-in that got absorbed, you just get out for 10 points and just move on. Okay, take your $200 and move on. Okay, if you've made, let's say let's say you got in here. Let's say you made 20, let's say you made $300 here. Let's say you got in here, you got out right here. You made $500. So it's like $800. And don't be giving money back. Okay, don't be giving money back. If you still want to click buttons and you still want to trade, let's say you were slinging around a mini up in here. Go to a few micros, please, and don't give money back. Have some self-discipline. If you make $800 and you lose 300, walk away for the day. Don't be like, "Oh, I want to get my $800 back," and then next thing you know, you're only making 300. Well, I at least need 500, and before you know it, you're down. Then you get tilted and you blow an account because you don't have no stinking self-discipline. I mean, I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to teach you how to trade. It's a brutal industry, and it ain't a bed of roses, and I ain't gonna give you no bed of roses. 95% of you are gonna fail. I'm just here to tell you the truth. Okay, So the point of control for the large order profile is up in here. It is a buy. It was probably that candle, that bubble right there behind that 26 that I can't see. It was probably that order right there. If you actually get in here, you put your stop down here, because if you break this, we could even go even stinking higher, man. Let's take a look at this. We're at 240 delta. We need to be climbing about 300 delta. We really need to start climbing, folks. We need to smoke these guys. We need to smoke that 42, that 43. I don't know how many's up in there. You see, there's a lot of sellers up in there. If they start taking heat and they start breaking this, they're going to start covering. It's an oh shit moment for them. See what I talk about? You see what I'm talking about? I ain't got no crystal ball, folks. I don't have a crystal ball, but I do got bubbles. I need to get rid of this. I don't even use this thing. Um, okay, but as soon as they start, if you get in on the break of this and you start losing some, just take your 10, 15 points and move on. Do not be thinking, I'm going to get me a $50 trade. Oh, man, I'm going to get me a 3-to-1, or I'll take a full stop out. Well, I mean, if you want to do that, go for it, man. I don't listen. Once I stopped listening to these stupid gurus on YouTube, things started getting clearer. Half of them morons actually blow about 5 accounts. Okay, and then at the end of the day, they show you the one good account that they passed, and then they say, "Well, here I got a 3-to-1. You could do the same thing. You just buy my course for $500, and you too could be driving a rented Lamborghini and have a nice big uh, Airbnb house like I'm showing." You know, don't get me started. Do not get me started on them mother lovers. You gotta be quick. When you're buying highs like this, I guarantee you, if I go into the Discord where most of those idiots are that I'm a member of, they up in there trying to short this stinking thing. And then they start complaining, "Oh my word, how come this thing won't go down?" And then I have to show them the bubbles and be like, "Hey, I don't have a crystal ball, but I got some bubbles up in here. I got some bubbles up in here." And the bubbles are telling me that, well, we got 40, we got big large contracts up there. You got some sellers up in there that keep getting squeezed out, you know. You got some delta persistence up in here climbing. You got the delta down here is 872, 750, 32, 400, 200, 600. I mean, the buyers are in control. You got the 5 minute order flow bar moving average sloping upwards, and you're trying to short this stupid thing. Man, good luck with that. Good luck. Good luck. This order flow bar moving average. Basically, what this is I read some papers with the institutional trading. I read some papers, and it's just basically taking Heikin-Ashi data. So take a 14 period Heikin-Ashi data. You get that data. Heikin-Ashi in Japanese just stands for average bar. So you get that data, okay, and then I smooth it out with a 9 exponential moving average. And that's what this moving average is. It's just Heikin-Ashi data, 14 period Heikin-Ashi data, smoothed out with a 9 exponential moving average. Was not my idea. I got the idea from papers that I read about high frequency trading for the institutions. The institutions want their little pet computer bots to be on the right side. So quite a few of them were using Heikin-Ashi data smoothed out to a exponential moving average. Okay, or a TEMA, triple exponential moving average. Not a lot of them use that. Uh, but that's what this is. And what this is just Heikin-Ashi data. If you took a Heikin-Ashi chart on NinjaTrader, uh, it's going to show you the same thing. Okay, nice little trend. Okay, actually, you could just take the. If you don't want to use this, that's fine. I mean, just come up here and click it off. You don't have to use it. Okay. But I'm not trying to take cells up in this area because, for one, we're sloping upwards. I just use this as a guideline to keep me in the right direction because every now and then I'll have a brain fart and try to short something. When it's running up, I'll have a brain fart and try to short something, and then I get stopped out. So use the moving average. They'll stop you from having brain farts. But like I said, blind squirrel will find a nut every now and then, and this thing will go from here to here. You blow 5 accounts and you pass one, you be like, "Yeah, man, I got one." Yeah, well, now what you gonna do? You 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 got a handful of funded accounts, now what you gonna do? Blow 4 of them, pass 1 of them? No, I don't trade like that. I've been trading for 10 years before, these fake prop firms came out, before Top Step came out. I've been trading for 10 years, so, and also I started trading before micros even came out. So I had to sling around minis. Look at that. Look at that big large. Look at that big large. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, squeeze that mother lover out. Look at that large seller right there because the point of control got flipped over. There's the largest seller right there of the day because the point of control flipped over here to the sell side. If that mother lover gets squeezed, good night. Where are we at on this chart right here? Where are we at right here? Okay. We're right up in this area. Okay. We're right up here. Boy, I need to code me a TPO volume profile so I can use Ninja Trader instead of Trading View. Where are we at, man? I need a brush. Here we go. Okay. We're right here. Okay. We're right here. Okay. We're getting ready to break the highs of this day, and we're getting coming up against the low of yesterday. But we could possibly come up here into this area. Okay. That's like quite a bit. That's like another 100-point move. Okay. We could easily do that. We could easily come up into this area right here. Okay. Or are we going to go way up here and break this high? I have no idea. Possibly not. I mean, you got all of this area for support right up in here, or resistance, okay? You got all of that for resistance. So I'm not too sure about that. Okay. Uh, I need to code me one of these time price opportunity charts for Ninja Trader. Yeah, we're starting to stall out right here. We're starting to stall out right here. We've got we got a big distribution of volume right here. Okay. If we lose this area right here, the next stop could be back to the point of control, to be quite honest, because this one right here is kind of little. Plus you had a lot of sellers in that area that were interested. So if we lose this area, kind of like what we're doing now, we might come back to the point of control. Okay. This is where that blind squirrel could find a nut. But I ain't telling you to short it because I wouldn't short this market right now with Trump's money. I might short it with the Clintons' money because they got a lot of money up in there. Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, they got a lot of money. I might short it with their money. Um, but I wouldn't short it with Trump's money. And talking about Bill Clinton, man, Bill Clinton was the man back in the day. We need a real president like that again. He was a man's man. Give him a box of cigars in the tender app, and that boy will work the White House, man. You give him a box of cigars in the tender app, and that boy will make everything golden. I mean, I don't care. I don't care if you're a Republican, you don't like the Democrats, or Democrats, I don't care. Everybody, man, everybody's got to love Bill Clinton. Everybody's gotta love Bill Clinton, man. To be quite honest, he was the first black president we ever had. Okay, on a serious note, we got a sell and bounce right here. Like I said, if we actually kind of lose this area right here, you got to slow down right here. NQ could shit the bed right down here to the point of control. Well, we kind of kissed it a little bit, I guess. You could call that a day, man. I don't know how much you got right there. Got about 15 points. Call it a day. Counter trend trading. You got to be quick, quick, quick. Don't be putting on trade like this and then say, "Well, I hope we get 1,000 points." No, 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 no. Hope trades don't work. Like that Discord I'm a member of. I haven't paid attention to it for a couple of days, but a lot of them say, "Well, I think the market's going to go down." Well, for one thing, you thinking is the problem because it ain't a trading plan. You got to have a trading plan, and the trading plan is, "Well, I think it's going to do this." No, that's not a trading plan. Okay, and having hope, thinking we're going to dump and you're going to make a $2,000 is not a trading plan either. Okay, the market the market doesn't give a flipping crap about your opinion, and once you realize that, you'll be better off. Okay, looks like we got a delta surge persistence, but look at this. Look at where it's at. It's way up here. Okay, it's positive 72, which is good. We got inside bar. If you get in on the break of that, you got to be careful because you're right here at the point of control. Okay, very risky short to take. So you got to keep a tight stop. Is your stop way up here for 20 points? Well, if you made $1,000 on this move, uh, if you made $1,000 up in here, don't be giving back a lot of the profits. Okay, don't be giving back a lot of the profits. Okay, the 1 minute and the 5 minute are contradicting each other. The 1 minute is starting to roll over. The 5 minute is, well, I was going to say something. Don't be saying that. Is sloping upwards. Okay. In other words, the 5 minute looks like it took the little blue pill, if you know what I mean. Uh, but hey, man, it's just raging upwards, man. Like it took the blue pill or something. I don't know. But don't be taking stuff like this. This is a very risky trade. You know what? You made your money. You made your money here. Okay. We kind of walked through this. I missed quite a bit of these moves because I was trying to explain something and NQ rudely interrupted me. Plus, I had some fiascos with the rhythmic order book, trying to get in and out, and I was fumbling things. But I'm still green for the day. As you can see right here, it could have been double that. Could have been $1,000 day, and I called it a day. But I kind of missed some trades because NQ rudely interrupted me, and I couldn't get to the order book quick enough. Uh, before I started streaming, I had me some hotkeys. I coded me some hotkeys in Ninja Trader, and I just sit here and just listen to music on my headphones, noise canceling headphones, so I don't have to hear the wife and the kid going berserk in the background. Have my office door shut. I just listened to some music, and it was just me and NQ. We've been friends for 10 years. Just I'd crank out like $2,000 days. But now I have a brain fart because I decided to stream. I can't chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. So hopefully, I passed one eval uh, earlier this week. I'll probably pass this one. Uh, I'll probably pass this eval uh, next week. Okay, see what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about? You don't be shorting this stuff right here. You have to lose this area right here, but you got a buyer right here. Plus, you got to think. You have to think about something. Okay, you have to think about. You had some large buyer here, large buyer here, but you got sellers here, sellers there. Okay, you got to look at the delta of this. Okay, you've got some positive delta right up in here. you got some negative delta right up in here, pretty big negative delta, but you got a big, huge positive delta. If we actually could lose this, we might be going back down to this area where our positive delta is, which is roughly about 20 points. But you just had somebody step in. You had a institution market maker step in and purchase 100 single order 100 contracts. They have got a financial interest of keeping this market up. Okay, this is why you don't short like this. This is why some people are up here trying to short, and then they get frustrated. Wow, how come this thing ain't dumping? Well, probably because we're at the point of control, and you got all this positive delta. Plus, you got a large buyer there. Plus, you got the large buyer up in here. Okay, and also you just had 100 contracts get slung into the market. That's why your short ain't working out. That's why you probably blow another account. So you can download all this add-on for NinjaTrader. I need to do a video. I seriously need to do a video explaining how I set up my charts and how and what all of these stinking settings mean. I really need to do this. Most of the coding, everything is done. First thing you need to do is put your license key in there. That's a free license key. From time to time, I'll be giving out a free license key, but next couple weeks it's still going to be free. I think next week, if you want to support this project, you can go ahead and purchase the license for one whole year for $95 for a whole stinking year. That's like $8 a month. I mean, if you can't make $8 a month listening to me, you got a problem. I mean, even a blind squirrel can make a profitable trade every now and then. See what I talk about? You see what I talk about the financial interest? The financial interest of these buyers right here and these buyers. And, I feel sorry for someone trying to short this market. I really feel sorry for them because, like I said earlier, you got the order flow bar moving average sloping upwards. I mean, it looked like it just swallowed the blue pill this morning and just went raging upwards. I mean, come on, and you're trying to short this stinking thing? Yeah. Okay. Good luck. Good luck. We got 131 delta persistent surge. You got the persistent surging right up in here. If you gonna buy the stinking breakout of the high, we're losing these delta persistence. Okay, it needs to regain them. Okay, it needs to regain them. Okay, it needs to regain them. You had a large seller right up in this area. Okay, you had large sellers right up in this area. I can't see how much it is, that 35 lot, and the other one's kinda messing it up, but I can see them right here because the bar kinda sticking out a little bit far out. So, they covering. It's an "oh shit" moment for them. They're like, "Oh shit, risk desk is gonna be calling me this morning. I don't want the risk desk calling me. Cover, cover." You got $500 trade right there, folks. You got $500 trade right there. Again, I'm running my stinking mouth, not clicking buttons. What I need to do is just not stream, only stream about 2 days a week and then trade the rest of them. Alright, you got that seller right up there. Uh, well, somebody was stupid. Um, you have to understand, if you're new to futures and you don't know how futures actually works, what I suggest, you go to cmegroup.com. You go to cmegroup.com and actually understand the financial instrument you're trading, okay? You need to go to cmegroup.com and go to markets. Let's say you want to trade the NQ. Pick a market. Don't be hopping around from gold to NQ to ES to oil. Don't do what I did in the beginning, okay? Just pick one and go with it, okay? You got to learn the instrument that you're trading, okay? So go ahead and I'm going to do a video of all of this, okay? But learn the financial instrument that you're trading, okay? All right. We got that 50 seller. He taking some heat right now. You got about 12 points if you boy, oh boy, oh boy, I'm running my mouth. I need to stop streaming and only stream about 2 days a week. I cannot chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. I cannot stream and trade at the same time. I don't know why. It's probably because I need to be quiet and actually just listen to music and look at this and then just trade it like I used to. But hey, it is what it is. Remember what I said about them shitting the bed and covering? Well, that's what you see is a nice little short squeeze right there. All because they ain't taking no more heat. They ain't gonna take no more heat. And you had some little stupid idiot that tried to sell for 50 contracts in one order. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. We got persistent buying right there. It's still raging up, man. Like I said, it took the blue pill this morning. Holy smokes, what the hell happened? We got news. I know we got news. This ain't no stinking. We got news, folks. Iran drafting protocol with for Hamas straight traffic. Okay. Yep. Okay. There we go. There we go. You got your news. 1036. You got your news. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Holy smokes. You see the stinking news. If you get caught on the right side, you're good to go. You get caught on the wrong side trying to short a raging market, you just blew quite a few accounts. Oh my word. They really trying to run this mother up. Look at this, man. Yep. Wow. Holy smokes. Don't chase. I don't care if it works out. You're feeding your brain something. If you get paid, you're feeding your brain that you can do it again and get paid, and then it blows up in your face. So do not chase. If you wanted to trade, you could have traded this 50 contract right here. You have the order flow bar moving average sloping upwards. You got 131 delta persistent delta surge right there of 131. You got all those persistent uh, delta surges right there. You get in on the break of that high right there, and you ride this thing up for about 100 points. And if you want to try and short this thing and wait for an inside bar on the 1 minute and then trying to short it, you got a lot of sellers up there. But what I was saying about the futures is learn the instrument that you're trading. Also, what you have to understand is futures is not like stocks. Stocks has a pool of shares that you can buy and then sell and blah, 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 and you can make money. Okay. Futures, you see what I'm talking about? Man, do not be trying to short this thing. Okay. Because if you try to short this thing, you're already down $400 to $800. That's, uh, futures is a zero sum game. Okay. When you buy a contract, okay, and you make money, okay, let's say you buy a contract and you make money up here. Well, okay, you buy a contract, but someone else, if you make money, someone else is losing money. It's a zero sum game. It's not like stocks where you just have a pool of shares and stuff. It doesn't work like that in the future. Futures is a zero sum game. So auction market theory, what a lot of new traders don't understand is that the market will find value, finds value to the upside, then they'll probably trade around up in this area and kind of bounce around. Okay, balance around. People trying to short this, and then it will balance. Okay, it'll be consolidating. It likes to piss off new traders, like I always say. Okay, kind of like what happened here. We ran up and it started bouncing around. We kind of ran up again, bounce around, ran up again, bounce around. Okay. That's what the market likes to do. Likes to find value and then go into balance mode. Not all the time. Sometimes it will just run up and then V shape down. Okay. Not all the time. Uh, but that's what the market likes to do. Find value and then go into balance mode the majority of the time. That is what happens the majority of the time. No, I don't want to do that. If anything, if you want to keep yourself safe and you want to take like quick scalps, this is what I would suggest that you do. Is you find nice green candles like this with big large delta, okay? That was 700 delta. Don't chase it. Wait for it to close up above like this, okay? And then you got a nice persistent uh delta persistent up here, these little dots, delta persistent, buying, and get in on the break of that. Where can you put your stop? Well, you started here, and the low was right here. Okay, that's what I do a lot of times, and then you can get yourself a quick scalp for about 40 points. Okay, I mean, in this case, you kind of ran up and got yourself about 100 points. That was really nice. Um, but that's what you can do. And we can come back here and kind of look at this. This one, invalid. Why? Because we didn't close up above here. Okay. We actually closed below it. Okay. So that's invalid. This one, we didn't break the high right there. We didn't break this right here. Okay. And the delta was 500, but we didn't break it. Okay. We didn't break it. We need to break it with the momentum going up. You can look at a footprint chart and see the orders coming in. Then you can get in on it like I used to back in the day. Yes, you can do that. That's valid. I do not like this. This one broke it. Okay. I like it to go on the next on the next bar. Okay. If this bar doesn't do it, I just cut the trade. I don't. It's just invalid for me. Okay. Uh, okay. This one right here. We had this area right here, okay? We had some stacked buy and bounce, which is good. We had 278 delta surge, plus 99 of it was an actual delta surge. You get in here, okay? When you get yourself a little pop like up here for about 10 points, peel that banana off. Trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana, peel a little bit off, pay yourself, okay? Then it comes back down, then you probably come up here and make yourself 40 points, okay? Look for these delta persistent, duh, duh, duh. Look for these delta persistence and wait for the close to be above it, okay, or right at it, okay, and then get it on the break, okay? Peel yourself off some. If it comes back to your break even, go ahead and get out, okay? If you have a micro pullback and then you can get in on this one here, okay, that's fine. Then you come up here, you're losing that delta persistent buying, so you get out for about 30 points, okay? So all you are looking for is base hits. You're looking to be very consistent. Like yesterday, I was 69% consistent. I don't know how many trades I took, like 12 of them, I think, but I was 69%. Okay, I'm back up to where I normally am. I'm normally up like 60 to 70% batting average as far as my win rate is like 60 to 70%. Last week I was down like 50%. I was in the gutter. Okay. But I still made money, but I had some losing days and I had some winning days. You know, it's just the way it is. This one ain't, well, okay, for one, that's at the market open, so don't even do that. Okay, so we found value to the upside, and now we're just kind of balancing around. Okay, we ran to the upside. We're pissing off new traders right up in this area. You just piss them off. Why? Because it goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up, and they're trying to short it to go down here, and it won't short, and it's pissing them off. Okay, the market loves to piss off new traders. This stuff happens so quickly. I can't tell you. You know, oh, buy here. Okay, sell here. Well, for one thing, the SEC would have my butt in a sling if I did that, and I wouldn't be able to trade, and that ain't going to happen. But what I can do is teach you how to fish. I'm not going to give you the stinking fish, but I'm going to teach you how to catch them. And this ain't all that friggin' hard, folks. You don't have a bunch of moving averages and Fibonacci's drawn and Gantt charts, whatever, blah, 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 4 or 5 charts open. This is all I got. I got the 5 minute and I got the 1 minute. And then I come over here and I'll look at the major contexts of where we are. Okay. That's all I got. That's all I got. I don't have a whole bunch of crap on my screen. I don't have a whole bunch of crap. I got the volume profiles. Okay. Every single thing on here is useful to me. I don't have stochastics, RSI, bunch of moving averages, you know. Some people have so many stinking things on their charts that they can't even see the candle. And a lot of them indicators are telling you the same daggone thing except for in a different way of a presentation. That's all. Like I say, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do got bubbles. And I like my bubbles. I like them. Some people say, well, I want to see the 100 milliseconds. Well, then go to the live pulse. Okay. We got range bars, we got tick bars, we got 30 seconds, minute, 2 minute, 5 minute. I'm going to add a 15 minute. I don't know if that'll be useful, but maybe somebody will probably use it. I'm going to add a 15 minute, and also later on, I'm going to be adding. This project what has just been started 2 months ago. This has just been started 2 months ago. I got the main thing I want to get down, but this thing has just been started 2 months ago. There's more that I want to do. Okay, there's more that I want to do. You got to think if you're trying to short this thing, you got to think about this right here. Okay, you got to think about that stacked and balanced area right there, and those persistent delta persistent buying right there, where we had delta of 200 plus that delta candle was 545 delta. Okay, you got to be aware of that. Plus, right up in here in this area, kind of like the same thing. Okay, kind of like the same thing. You got the point of control that moved up. That is good. We're losing the point of control. As you can see here, the point of control, we're losing it. We could come back down to this area, kind of like where all that volume was. Okay. This is actually gone quite far. Let me merge the. I'm going to merge the profile. I'm going to tick merge. The VP stands for volume profile. I'm going to merge that to 8, I think. So that's going to be 2 points. So each bar is 2 points. Okay, it just gives me a little bit better reading. It's just a whole bunch of crap on there. It doesn't look that good. So I'm just tick merging it real quick. I'm just tick merging it real quick. That's all I'm doing. Be careful shorting. You're gonna probably come down here to the moving average right here, but you could get yourself some. You gotta think you have this delta right up in here, but you gotta look at that positive delta right there. Remember what I said about this area? You got to be careful about that, okay? Be careful about that. Okay, be careful about that area right there. You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? You've got to be careful, folks. Look to your left. The market has told you a story. It is your responsibility to read that story. You got to read left to right. Okay? Go to the left, read the book. Go to the left and go read what the market. I just told you a little bit earlier. Okay, what we did. Okay, I just told you a little bit earlier what we did. Okay, could we lose this and come down to this area right here, about 24,000? Yeah, sure, we could do that. We don't have a whole lot of volume up in here stopping us. But the one thing you need to be aware of is this right here. Okay, that's what you need to be aware of. And right up in this area, you had a lack of sellers. Okay, no large sellers. So you got to be aware of where you are. And if you try to get in here and you're already up 20 points, you need to pay yourself a little bit and move your stop to break even because this thing could easily shoot right back up. Okay? This thing could easily just shoot right back up or shoot back down. Okay? You got to pay yourself a little bit and move to a break even if you're trading multiple contracts. I bet you wish you paid yourself a little bit right now. Bet you wish you paid yourself a little bit right now. We're butting up against the moving average, but still the 5 minute looks like a raging blue pill. You know what? Um, Look at that. Boom. Look at that. We had some big participation this morning. We had some big participation up in this morning. 5 minutes got a delta surge going on right there, right here. Boom, 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 boom. But guess what happened? Guess what happened? We had a 101 delta surge. Okay, this candle right here closed at 25 positive delta. So why would you try and take that short trade right there when it closed up here? It didn't close below this area right here. Okay, and plus you got all of this right here stopping it. You know, sure, we could run down and do a little pullback like we did, and then break this, and then crap the bed for about 500 points. Sure, but are the odds in your favor? Probably not. Probably not. You know, I put the odds in my favor, and this is what I got so far with the odds being in my favor. And I missed quite a few trades, folks. I missed quite a few trades because I'm streaming, and I missed quite a few trades. But I'm up still $660 for the day. This eval will get passed next week. It's just a matter of time. That's all. I mean, I've already passed another one eval this week. I got a handful of funded accounts. Uh, what I'm looking to do is get some accounts. I need to get some accounts and then just go ahead and copy trade of them. Copy trade them. Get a couple accounts, copy trade them. See, if you have 10 accounts, you don't want to be copy trading 10 accounts because you could blow them all. But if you have 10 accounts, 10 funded accounts, why not copy trade 2 or 3 of them? Okay, so if you copy trade, if you trade one account, it's okay. So it's pretty easy to make like $300, $300 in a day. It's pretty easy to do that. Okay, so if you copy trade, you're making about $600 on average a day. That's a six-figure income. Okay, but if you blow those 2 accounts, you got 8 of them left. Okay, Don't be trying to make 1,000, $2,000 days, okay? Can you do it? Yeah, you can do it. Are you gonna do it as a new beginner? Probably not. If you do, you're lucky. Uh, maybe you're the half percent that really knows and is gifted. We just don't know. You see what I talk about right here, okay? It it's not rocket science. It's just understanding where the large participants are in the market, where the pressure is in the market. The pressure was right here. Okay, you had all that persistent buying. You had all that persistent buying that was ticking up, at least two or more ticking up. We had three imbalance areas, three stacked, three areas of imbalance. There's a lot of stuff that I'm doing in the back end, okay, for this delta persistent indicator here on the chart. Okay, the signal here, it's not a signal to buy. I mean, it could if you know what you're doing, and I'm going to create a video about this. Okay, and I just explained it earlier, and it's actually pretty simple, simple trade idea to be quite honest. But it's very profitable, and if you're very disciplined, you can have a very good batting average and a very good, uh, trying to look, very good consistency. Uh, we're up in this area right here. Okay, the point of control shifted. Okay, we were down here; it has shifted upwards. 44 contracts, 56, right there. They just slammed into the market right there. They have 40, about 100 contracts right up in there, and it just came into the market. That is not retail traders, okay? That is institution market makers doing this, okay? They are playing off of each other. They don't give a flying crap about us retail traders. In the futures market, we're like 5% of the volume. They don't give a crap about us, to be quite honest, okay? They just don't give a crap about us. Here, let me take a screenshot of this real quick. Oh man, I should have been recording today. That would have been a good one. Oh well. That would have been a good one. What is it? 11 o'clock? Okay. 11 o'clock. It's Thursday. It's a good day. Good day. I mean, it could have been a couple $1,000 day for me if I wasn't streaming, but it is what it is. Somebody messaged me. All right. Let me explain this to him. Okay, so somebody just asked me, it's been a while since I used the order float bar, blah blah blah. I enjoyed using them very much. You have the recommended settings for micro NQ and micro gold, MNQ and MGC. And I'm going to explain this to him, but I'm going to explain it to you on stream. Okay. This is the NQ, June contracts, NQ. I also trade when the market is kind of volatile. I will switch over to micros and trade a funded account just because I don't want to get slaughtered. Uh, when the ATR is kind of up high, I will execute trades using micro contracts. So if you're trading off of micros, you need to be using the NQ for your charts. And the reason for that, especially with this add on, and the reason for that is because institutions are not trading the micros, they are trading the NQ. So I want to know, what are the institution and market makers doing? What's the activity that they are doing? And that's going to be shown on the minis. It's going to be shown on the NQ, not the micros. But they kind of they trade in tandem. Okay, so the micro trades in tandem with the minis. So you need to use the minis, okay, and then execute off the micros. Um, okay. Okay. All right. So. All right. Uh, yeah. This is. I could have probably passed this eval if I really would have paid attention today. Um, I need to somehow find a sweet spot of trading and streaming at the same time. Uh, I wouldn't be uh, trading this just because we're right here in this area right here. Okay. We've been down, up, down, up, down, up. Okay. The moving average was sloping upwards. Okay. You got a lot of sellers up in here, so it's kind of hard to take these pullbacks. Okay. Uh, the moving average kind of went down below it, then we kind of curled back up above it, then we kind of down below it, and now we're back up above it. So the best thing to do is to sit on your hands and wait. Your basic auction market theory, market found value to the upside. Okay, found value to the upside, and then it likes to bounce around in a balanced market. Kind of like putting in a bull flag, if you want to call it that. I just call it finding value and going into a balanced market. That's just basic auction market theory. If you want to trade, if you really want to trade, you could have traded uh, earlier. This is the kind of stuff you want to trade. You're not gonna get the whole move, okay? You're not gonna get the whole move and make yourself 200 points, okay? But what you can do is see the stack buying balance, positive 131 delta surge, okay? We have about 700 delta on this candle. It closes it closes right here where the delta surging was, okay? I need to do a video of of the delta surge persistence, okay? And then you get in on the break of that. Actually, you got some buyer coming in there, and you can come up here. And then once you start losing that area right there, you just get out for about 25 points, okay? You get yourself $500 and you sell yourself some, okay? And if it's still telling you you are correct, well, the moving average is sloping upwards, you can take some off and put yourself to a break even, or you can just sell it all and then get back in again, and then come up here and get yourself uh, 80 to 100 points. Okay, why? Well, for one, you've got right here, you got that buy-in. Those little tiny bars right there. That is buying and balance. Okay, that is a buy and balance. That bar right there and these two right here, triple buy and balance area. You got 37 contracts that came in one order. You have persistent delta, persistent buying right there. Okay, then it broke that area. Then you come up here. Once you trade down here, just take yourself 80 points off. Okay, make yourself about $2,000 for a day, and you really should be done. And the reason I say you should be done because you don't want to give anything back. Okay, that's just the way it is. That is how I use this delta persistent buying. Because the delta is surging, okay, and it surged 131, surged 200 on this right up in here. So that means there's buying pressure because delta persistent, if you look at the settings right here, the delta persistent, okay, delta persistent, the delta surge I have set this 50, okay. You can set this 75. I mean that's fine. Don't set it up too high because then you're not going to get any signals, okay. But I just set it to 50 for the NQ. For the ES, you might want to set it up a little bit higher. For gold, I have no idea. I don't trade gold. Maybe I need to start trading it so I can explain to people the settings. I don't know. But you'll just work with it and you'll be able to see for yourself. Just kind of look at the delta down here for gold and you'll be able to make your own decision. Stack levels. This is just, I do 3. It needs to be a stack level of buying over selling of 3. And the price ticks. I set this to 2. If you set this to 5, it's going to be very difficult to get trades. Okay, that's why you see multiple bubbles because it's it's set to 2. Now, if we look at a footprint chart, if we come here and we look at a footprint chart, let's because I'm not interested. It's 11 o'clock. I've made my money for the day. I'm pretty much done. So if we look at the was there another one up in here? Yeah. Was there another one? No. Okay. So let's look up in here. Let's look at this on a footprint chart. Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe the numbers need to be a little bit. Oh man. All right. I tried to zoom in a little too much. Okay. Let's come back here. Come back to where it was. Okay. So I don't know if you can see these numbers, but I'll explain it. You had delta persistent buying right up in here. Okay. Uh, a footprint chart, you should read it diagonally. Okay. You should read it as the ask is right here and the bid is right here. And you read it diagonally. Okay. If this bid up here is like 30 and this down here is like 10, there's 10 to 30, that's 3 times, okay? But you read it diagonally. That means the buyers are in control, okay? That's what that means. That's how you read a footprint chart. Now, this right up in here, it was this up here was 31 to 65, 12 to 33, 10 to 31, it looks like, and 16 to 33. That's why you had this area right here. Plus, you had a buy and balance area that was pretty strong. So you had the delta persistence right here, and the delta was surging upwards. And I have the code set so where it reads it within 1,000 milliseconds, which is basically 1 second. Okay, I might switch it to 500 milliseconds. I don't know, half a second. I'm messing around with it. But right now, what you have is 1,000 milliseconds. 1 second within 1/1000, and it'll surge upwards. Okay, it surges. Okay, and then a delta has to be 50 or more. Okay, and it surges, which is great. 50 or more delta within a second. Okay, same thing up in this area because you had those dots right there, the delta persistence. You're talking about 91 to 100, 95 to 77 to 139, 60 asks, 97 bids. There was an imbalance, okay, and it's not the imbalance is not like a triple stacked imbalance or anything because then you get very little signals, okay. But then up in this area, you had persistent delta surge, okay, and you had like 18 to 27, you had like 28 to 47, things like that. So when you get these areas right here and it closes above all that persistent buying, okay, right up in here, it kind of it didn't do it, but hey, you get in on the break of this, okay, and then you can just run yourself up for about 20 points. Okay, that's how it's done. That's what that delta surging is. And this right here is another good one. For one, you got a double stacked and balance area right here, balance level right here, and balance area right here, and balance area right here. And you have all of that persistent delta surge buying right here and right here. Okay. This is just logic I've written in the code that I used to trade years for for footprint charts. I used to trade this and just delta surge scalp a lot and make quite a bit doing that. Very consistent profits doing this. Okay, but you got to be very disciplined. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. You got to get out. Okay. If you get in here, are you going to get out here and take a $30,600 loss? Well, you can come up here and probably make yourself do make yourself at least like 50 points, $1,000 trade. So, um, that is what this is, that delta surging. Okay. That's what that is. The solid candle, I kind of, uh, worked on the solid candles a little bit so you can see the imbalance areas pretty easily. Okay. I made the opacity a little bit light so you can see through it. Okay. Uh, and the spacing in between I set some spacing in between them. Before they were kind of like right up against each other. Uh, but that right there is delta surge scalping in a nutshell. That's how you delta surge scalp. You got to be very disciplined to do this. It's better if you have hotkeys because when you get in here and you get a spike up, you can just sell a couple. You can just sell a couple and move to a break even very quickly using hotkeys. Okay. Uh, I mean, I didn't do it today using hotkeys, and I did pretty well for myself. I mean, all my trades were profitable, so I'm probably at 100% win rate today. Um, I only made a few trades. But yesterday I was 69%. Win rate was 69%. Last week it was bad. It was like 50%, man. It was just that's just because the news and stuff like that. This is just the news is getting a little crazy, folks. The news is getting a little crazy. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. So it's been a pretty decent day. It's been a pretty decent day. Tomorrow's Friday. We don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, but we do know the market will be open. The U.S. stock market is closed on Good Friday. Uh, I need to. What's futures? Um, uh, nope, nope, they're closed. Because it's Good Friday. They're closed. Okay, at least that's what Google is saying. Okay, that makes sense. Uh, Markets will be closed. That will makes good sense. Uh, that means tomorrow I can in the mornings I can get quite a bit done. That means I can get quite a bit done. So if you're green for the day, I would just call it a day. Probably not a wise idea to keep clicking buttons. If you're green for the day, it's just wise to stop trading. Go into the weekend, into a long weekend with good positive P&L. At least that's what I'm going to be doing. So tomorrow will be a great day for me to start creating the videos Uh, It'll be a great day for me to start creating educational videos. Alrighty. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah, I mean, losing this volume area, you gotta be aware of all the strength right up in this area. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're using Bullnox Rhythmic, I don't know. I mean, there's not much I can do with it unless I can reproduce the situation. unless I can reproduce it on Rhythmic, which has not been the case. Yeah. Um, it just looks like it's reading MNQ for some reason, because that's what the numbers look like. Send me a screenshot. If you're on a 1 minute, I mean, the 5 minute is so the 5 minutes adding up. 250 tick chart, it's not going to get the historical data because I don't use historical stuff for the tick charts, only for the time charts. So if I added a tick chart, we would have to wait for it to fill up. Um, Steve, if you send me a screenshot of all your settings right here for a 1 minute, I'll see if I can reproduce the situation next week. If you can just send me a screenshot of what you have here, okay, and then kind of scroll down and then show me what you have here, I can do the exact same settings on a 1 minute and see if I can reproduce it. That's all I can do. If I can reproduce it on my side, I could possibly try to figure out what is going on, and then and if I can reproduce it consistently, uh, I can try and get some idea. But it's impossible to write code if I don't know what's going on. That's why I have to kind of like reproduce it myself. Yeah, so they might actually just be propping this up for the rest of the day. Um, the delta shouldn't matter because the delta goes with the current bar. I mean, the only inconsistency you're seeing is the delta, and it's quite large, like it's showing MNQ, because MNQ trades a lot more than the minis. because this delta could change from platform to platform. It could be off a little bit, but not a lot like what you're seeing. It almost looks like it's printing the micros. Uh, I mean, because if I change this to overnight session, it's really not going to change those numbers because this number being printed is just real time. I'm just reading each order that's coming in from Rhythmic. Now, Rhythmic, I mean, and I don't know if other people are having the same issue. Without having a lot of users, uh, I don't know, and I have not gotten any email about this or YouTube comments about this. So without having a lot of users using it, and then but if I had multiple people tell me, if I had a handful of people tell me the same situation, they'll be like, "Well, okay, something's going on," but I don't. Without being able to reproduce it, I just can't do anything. That's why if you send the settings that you have next week, I can take a chart and just throw it on the background, and then just kind of do the settings and see if I can reproduce it. And if I can reproduce it, then I could possibly go and do that. Or I could just go and ask AI, like, "Hey, this is the situation that's happening. What do you think could be a problem?" And the AI could give me multiple results of, well, it could be this, could be that, blah blah blah, and then just kind of read it and see if I can come up with something. AI is good for that. AI is pretty good for researching stuff. And it's good for writing some code for some things. Like it's really good for React and websites and stuff. Once you start getting into large applications, like 10,000 lines of code, it just starts choking. Uh, Also, if you're a software engineer and you know how to explain things to a junior dev very well, you can sit there and explain it to AI and they'll get you pretty close to where you want to be. But if you don't know how to explain it to, then it'll give you what it wants to give you. And then again, whatever it gives you, you got to read through the code. You got to verify that thing. The order execution box should go away for me. I don't want to be. Maybe I could. This is what I could do. Man, I'll keep it up. I'll keep it up, and we'll see what we can do. I'm not going to be trading anything up in here. I'm not going to be trading anything up in here. This area right here, I am not interested whatsoever. You can make a lot of money trying to get these dips and everything, like from here to here, make like 30 points from here to here, make 40 points. I mean, you can buy those dips and do that. Uh, I just don't have a trading plan for that. I don't have a trading plan for buying in a balanced market area. The only thing I do know is you do not want to be buying when you're in the balanced market area. You do not want to be buying or selling when you're right in the stinking middle of it. Okay, you got to wait until you get up above or below, up above or below, before you can short, before you can go long. If that makes sense. But right now, I'm not interested in anything because we've made the money going from here to here. We've already made with that persistent uh, delta scalping with this 131 persistent delta, 201 persistent delta, and you get those quick trades like that, and you get a really quick trade like that. If you're quick enough, you can get those nice trades like that. Do we have any more? That's not a trade because it didn't break the high right there. Okay, just didn't break the high. We pulled back then we eventually broke it. But I do not do that. I only take the trades like this one right here. Okay, this one you don't take because this candle here needs to break this area. And you don't need to get it right after break. You can get it up here. Okay. Like this candle right here. Okay, this is actually good. Let me explain this. This is how you really delta scalp. Uh, Let me find. Okay, this area right here. You had two of them. You broke the high right there. You come up, it came back down to about 5 points. Once you're up 10 points and comes back down, just cut the trade. Take 5 points, take your $100 and move on. Okay. You had we had this area right here. It broke this area right here. You had a lot of delta persistence right there. You don't let once it goes up about 10 points, sell half, move to a break even. Okay. You're going to take a lot of base hits and very break evens or very small losses. Okay. And then sometimes you'll get trades like this. This is a real good one because uh, this area right here, once you lost that persistent delta scalping right here, once you start trading below that, you really need to cut the trade even if you got in here. Okay. Just cut the trade. Just cut the trade for 5 or 8 points and move on. Okay. Some people are saying, well, it's only 5 or 8 points. Well, the stuff adds up. Okay. $100 doing five trades like that throughout the day is $500. That's six-figure income. I don't, if you want more than that, then you're going to have to do something else. Um, like right here, we had a buy imbalance, plus you had the delta right there was positive 88. Okay. You can get in here. You can put your stop down here. Okay. That's like a 12 point stop, and you got easily got yourself 20 points on that. Okay. Some of these trades are not going to be, fantastic. There's going to be break evens. There's going to be 5 pointers. There's going to be 20 pointers, and every now and then you'll get a home run and get yourself 50, 100 points. Okay. A lot of times, what you can do is just go ahead and go in like 2 or 3 contracts, get yourself 10 points, sell one, move the other two to a break even, and then just manage the trade and try to get yourself a runner. Also, you only want to be taking these delta scalps when this moving average is sloping upwards. Okay. And you're above the 5 minute. Okay. Moving average. Because the odds are in your favor. You're not trying to be like a YouTube guru at the end of the day when they've blown five evals and they've shown you one that they passed when they said, well, I bought here and then sold up here and made myself 200 points. Okay. I could care less what those gurus do. Uh, you can easily scalp, and this is what professionals do. They scalp, take small losses, break even, take small losses. Okay. If you're going to be hyper scalping, this is how you do it. Okay. And I know this works because I wrote a strategy on Trader to do this, and I ran the numbers on 1,000 trades. Okay, I know what this does. It's very profitable. This is what I've used for years on footprint charts, but I had to read it on footprint charts. Now, I was like, "You know what? I'm not gonna read this on footprint charts, I'm just gonna code this myself." And now I'm giving it out to the public. It's your responsibility to be disciplined enough to cut it for a small loss. If you get in here and you start trading down here, you gotta cut it for a small loss, okay? You gotta cut it for a small loss. If you're not disciplined to get in here and you see this right here being absorbed, that delta persistent surging being absorbed right here, and we close right here, and you're like, I don't like that. I'm just going to close the trade. If you ain't disciplined enough to do that, the more than likely you're not going to be profitable. And I'm just giving you the facts. And then when you have something like this, you had a small delta persistence, you had a buyer right there that, I mean, you had a seller right there that got caught on the wrong side. Okay, you could have gotten in here, maybe get out right in here for about 10, 12 points. Okay, that's like a $200 trade. You know, that adds up. You do 5 of them a day, man, that's $1,000. That's more than most people make. I know so many people wanna feel like, "I wanna make 1,000, $2,000 a day." Well, you can do that, but for one thing, you're not gonna do that when you first come in, uh, not consistently until you really know what you're doing and you actually have a very, very strong plan and you're very disciplined and have self-discipline. That's the thing, self-discipline. Here, I'll be right back in a few minutes. I gotta go help the wife. Alrighty. Yeah, into a 3-day weekend. Uh, yeah, we've just been, consolidating up in this area, so I just don't think we're gonna be doing very much today. This morning was great. There was a lot of evals, I'm sure, that were passed and blown. So, sure there were. Alrighty. Uh, oh, okay. Here's the thing with the 1 minute delta. With the 1 minute delta, the way that I have coded this is if if you grab the timeline here and you scroll back, it's not going to be able to print because these columns are so thin, it can only print single digits. So if you come out here, now it prints double digits because there's enough width in the column. Okay, that's why if you come out here, you'll see right here, it will eventually show you the three numbers, kind of like that. Now you have three numbers because there's enough width in the column to show it. I mean, you got a selling bounce right there, but I just wouldn't take it. It's just, as you're right up here, it's just not. I mean, maybe later after lunch, you might be able to get some trades, but, you just got to go, you just got to sit and wait. You might not be able to make another trade till Monday. Who knows? Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we closed below the moving average. This is the first time we've closed below the moving average on a 5 minute. But on the 5 minute, you got to be aware of this area right here, because this is where the persistent buying is. And also, you have to be really aware right up in this area right here. So if you're trying to sell off, you got all of that area you have to be aware of. That's where these buyers were, and that's where these sellers were, and they ran the market up. So in this area, there's not very much. So if we do get a sell off, we could get a sell off from here and then come down into this area right here, because we have a lot of delta, positive delta in this area right here. So we could come down here into this volume distribution of volume area with this positive delta up in this area right here. Okay. And with all the buyers there, but there were some sellers there as well. But you got to understand, we ran the market up. And they don't look like they're going to give it up too quickly. Like I said, they might prop this thing up all stinking day. We have no idea. All I know is it's got to be a really good trade for me to take, because I'm green for the day and I really don't want to give money back. So it's going to have to be good. I'm going to be taking tight stops and taking profits, taking the banana when I see the banana. So, uh, I think, did you get that in the freezer? Freezer. Go freezer. Is it frozen? Yeah. All right. All right. All right. I got to pay attention. Uh, talking to the wife. Um, Here, let me put myself on mute real quick. Okay. Yeah, like I said, they are propping the market up. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful. They're propping this thing up. Yeah. This only goes back so far, just because the resources that are used to print all this footprint chart is quite big. Now, solid candles can take a lot more. So what I'm thinking about doing is updating the code. What I'm thinking about doing is updating the code. When you're on a solid candle, it can go back to the New York session. Okay, that's fine. It can go even like to 8:30 in the morning. But if you're like on like a volume candle or delta candle, you see all this information right here, all of this right here, all of those bars right there have to be drawn on the screen. And if you have too many of them, it just really slows the system down. Okay, and you got to be careful about that. Uh, until I start writing the code for my own trading platform, I got to cap some of this stuff because Ninja Trader platform will complain, slow the system down. So what I can do, and like the footprint chart, it's the same thing. You have to print all this information on there. Now the footprint charts, if you scrunch this down too far, it's going to go away because it can't even print it into the candle. So if I can't print it into the candle, it kind of goes away. Same thing with the delta. If you scroll back too far, I can't print 3 digits. That's why it just goes away. Uh, yeah. But the solid candles, I could possibly take the solid candles and actually go back to the New York session because that doesn't take up too much resources to be printing all of that. Okay. Ah, look at this. Wasn't paying attention because we were right in the middle of the consolidation. Plus, I think I was doing something else. But let's take a look at this. We have a plus 80 positive delta right there on the delta surge. Okay. Right there, we 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 kind of closed below it, which I don't like. It needed to close above here. Plus, this candle right here needed to close above it. But if you really want to try and get yourself a quick 10, 15 points, you can do that. You can do that. Okay. Then you had this large buyer of 27 contracts come in one order, and you got the backing of this area right here. You could probably try to get yourself. You just got to be disciplined to get your quick stops. I wouldn't take this just because this candle right here, this candle right here was red. I just wouldn't take it. Plus, we need to close at least right here in the middle of it. Okay, to be quite honest. I don't think we have any more. The delta right there. I mean, yeah, we had one right here, but why would you take it when you got all this right here? Why would you take it when you had this right here, buy and balance with the delta persistent delta surge? I mean, and you got a big, massive profit right there. And then you had this trade right here with an inside bar, and then you broke that. I mean, this was a nice day. This was really a nice day. I mean, let's look at the 935. It goes back to, let's look at this. How far does this go back up to about 4 in the morning? Okay. Again, you can use this persistent delta scalping for a longer time frame. You can do it for a 5 minute. You can do it for a 2 minute. 2 minutes probably be pretty nice. You can do it for the 5 minute here. Okay, you had some persistent scalping right there. You had about positive 54 right there. You get in on the break of that. What's that? That's roughly about 50 points. That's $1,000 trade in the morning. How much heat will you pile? Well, you want to get out about right here. Okay, so that's about 40 points, about $800. If that's your risk capital, go for it. If not, just jump into a handful of micros or something. Okay. I mean, a handful of micros on a trade like this, like 50, that's $100. On 3 micros, that's $300. Just get your base hits and build that account up. Okay. Again, right here. Do, 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 right here on this one. Stacked and balanced, buyer, 40 contracts buyer, one order, delta, boom. Get in on the break of that. We we broke the high a little bit. We started coming back down. Maybe the delta started shifting. You want to get out. Get out for about 10 points. Okay, make yourself couple $100. Okay, same thing right here. Of course, we had that selling right there. You might want to be aware of that. Uh, we didn't close very well yet. I like them closing like this one. I like to see it like that. Close, hold it above persistent delta. Okay, kinda like this. We closed right here above the majority of it. Got yourself a nice trade for about 150 points, okay? And that's $3,000 trade for you. You pass one eval on one trade. Um, and you can use this on the 5 minute as well. If you go from here to here, you obviously that's a pretty big, yeah. I mean, plus that was news about Iran, so you know. I'll be glad when this Iran stuff kind of settles down because for one thing, it's hard for me. I don't like trading news around news with big stuff going on in the world where it where the market runs on the news. I just don't like doing that. That's why I went down to micros on my funded account because I don't want to take. I'm halfway to the profits. I just don't want to blow it. Uh, so you just gotta have some self discipline, and I keep saying that over and over, but it's so true. I mean, I know I keep saying it over and over, but it is so true. You gotta have discipline. You can't if you're gonna come if you come to this channel and you want to see me in a trade constantly, you're gonna have to go somewhere else because that's not me. Uh, if you want to see somebody consistently making profits and be disciplined about it, yeah, this channel is for you. Uh, if you think that the prop firms are a game and you just want to be a full port gambler, no, that's not. You're gonna have to go somewhere else. There's plenty of channels for those. Just because I've been trading for 10 years and I had to learn on the minis because micros weren't around, I had to learn capital preservation very quickly after I've blown up a couple of accounts. After I've blown up about six, $7,000, I had to finally learn and be like, okay, well, obviously I need to figure out what the heck I'm doing. And also, if you're new to trading, and this is, and I don't think a lot of YouTubers are going to tell you this, but if you're new to trading, the one thing you should possibly do is stay away from the NQ. It's volatile. It's thinly traded. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get slaughtered. Yeah, that's fine. All right, thank you. Um, go to the ES. It's a thickly traded market. Uh, take about 50 trades on the ES. Uh, learn learn some discipline, and then you can come to the NQ. The NQ back in the day in the pits was called the Widowmaker. And it was called the Widowmaker for a reason. It's extremely volatile. That's why on my settings right here, I have it tick merged to 4. On a 1 minute chart, I have it tick merged to 4. Okay. So I merge one whole point. That's because it's a thinly traded market and it's volatile and it's not for new traders. And if you do want to trade the NQ, and let's say you picked NQ and you want to trade that instrument, just pick one instrument. Don't jump from NQ to gold to silver to oil to ES. Pick one and stick with it. Uh, and if you're going to trade the NQ and you're new at this and you get an eval, sling around one micro, do about 50 trades. You're not looking to pass it. You're not looking to make a profit. You're just looking to be able to survive enough to be able to throw on 50 trades and learn. Here, let me throw on June 26. Let me throw on the live pulse. For the live pulse, I need to get rid of that candle right there because it really doesn't matter. I need to remove that if you're in live pulse mode, remove that. Also for the settings, I need to remove a bunch of this other stuff because uh it's not used for the live pulse. But that's just little polish stuff that I need to add. And also another thing, you'll see I don't have a whole bunch of stuff up here. I mean, like right up here, we're about 25 points. Okay, we're about 20 points down there because I have my Dom depth set set to 75 because I don't care what's 500 Dom depth above me or below me. I could care less. When we get because as we're moving up, this will update, this will fill in, okay? This will really fill in and you'll be able to see it, okay? I just don't care what's 500 Dom depth above me. That's ridiculous. Boy, I missed a lot of trades streaming. As I get to talking, then I want to show something, then I miss things. It's just I need to figure out how I can trade like I do by myself listening to music. I need to be able to do the same thing streaming. So if you look at the 5 minute up here, if you look at the 5 minute, we're kind of starting to slope down on the moving average. But then again, if you take a short, you got to be aware of what's down here. Okay, 12 points below, you got about 40 to 50 bids sitting there on the books. Okay, you got to be careful. If we come down here, are we going to get absorbed and you can probably shoot back up? We don't know. But if you try to take an absorption trade, you got to understand where you are on the 1 minute on the moving average. You're sloping down. Default is default. Okay, I'm still getting used to. I stopped doing order executions on Ninja Trader. I'm just going straight to Rhythmic. I'm just doing order executions right from the order book on Rhythmic Trader Pro. Right here. I just do it right here. Just go to order book and just do it. Oh, okay, that's what that I was a 10-point short. I was wondering, I was like, "Why is my execution like this?" That's because it was a short. I did short one time this morning. I did short one time this morning, got 10 points on that. That was on the eval. I think I tried to get short, where did I know I tried to do it somewhere. I think it was right up in here. Yeah, it was right up in here, up in this area. Uh, I just got short real quick, and then I just saw, I think it was right up in here. I think I got like 10 points, and then I just like, "Nah, this ain't a good idea," and I just closed it. Yeah. I'm just sitting there eating a tuna fish sandwich. And also my settings for the live pulses, live pulse, I don't need to show the delta surge. Actually, that gives me an idea. The delta surge for live pulse could actually be good. I've never traded like that. I've never traded on live pulse stuff like this, on heat map stuff like book map. I've never traded on stuff like this. I've always just traded off the charts and the DOM and like footprints and DOMs. But I got the minimum volume set to 5 and large volume, that doesn't even matter, so I need to not show that. Resting orders is 10. So, in order to have the heat map, it needs to be 10. Like, if you set this to, like, 2 or 5, you get too much on there, and it's just kinda, in my opinion, kinda useless. Oh, we got some nice fill. Each bubble right here is 100 milliseconds. I aggregate the volume every 100 milliseconds, and then it shows it. The bubbles on the charts, like these right here, are single order contracts, single order contracts. We got some resistance up there at 130. You got about 50 some sitting on the offer up there, about 130. Yeah, me too. Yeah, that Irish breakfast tea is usually pretty good. Not usually. I do like Irish breakfast tea. It's very good. We also have some mango ginger tea in the kitchen that's pretty good. But I'm all out. I'm all out of Irish breakfast tea. Yeah. So we got some sitting on the books up here at 130. Still sitting there. About 50 of them still sitting there. See, like I don't care. I could care less what's up here at 175, 200 because we ain't even there yet. We're not even close to there. So why should I care? And as we move up, then this will get updated as we start ticking up. And if we run up, it just gets updated pretty quickly. So I really just don't care. That's why I have the DOM depth for this set kind of low to 75. Kind of like a sweet spot. And plus, you don't have a bunch of stuff being painted on the screen, slowing the system down. I need to refactor this DOM. I'm not the DOM. I really need to work on. Oh my word! I'm going to work on that. If I get some good support this month for this project, then I'll wrap up the DOM. Um, and also, what I would like to do is refactor how I'm printing the. You got some support that just came in at 075 right here up in this area. You see right there. See right there. That right there. At 075. Yeah. So you come down here and you get some fills right up in there. Maybe we could probably try and. I don't think so. That might not be a good idea. What are you trying to do? Why are you getting ready to click a button? That might not be a good idea, man. Um. Do, 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 do. We got some pretty good selling coming in. What we got for the 5 minute? If we look at the crosshair, you do Control Q to get the crosshair. We're right here in this area where we had all that persistent uh, delta right there, the delta persistence right there. And we had that stacked volume bounce area right there. This is a pretty significant area because, for one, you've got this right here, okay? And if we get through that, then you're going to definitely have problems up in this area if you're trying to go short, okay? Right here. So let's see how that works out. But you also got it right here as well, okay? Okay. Uh, we'll come back to this later and see how that works out. Do, do, do. Come back later and see how that works out. Why did that get taken away? Because I hit Control W and it removed it all. Oh well. Oh well. Um. Yeah, we got. It's sloping downwards. I wouldn't try to go long or anything. Let me look at. Do, do, do. Why? How did that get closed? Where's my VWAP ATR? Yeah, we're above the VWAP. The ATR right now is like 22. That's actually normal. That's a pretty good sweet spot. Once it starts getting like 40, 35 plus ATR, I like to switch to micros. The volatility is too much. I mean, yeah, you can pass accounts very quickly, but you can also blow them up pretty quickly. What I look for is consistency. That's what I look for. Consistency. That's what I like. Yeah, so this project of mine has been ongoing for about 2 months. This is the result of it so far is 2 months. Also the DOM, but that's still in beta. That needs to be worked on. but I'm gonna go back to working on that when I can get some support for this. Uh, you gotta be careful with this 1 minute because we sold off. We don't know if, like I said, we sold off. This could be a micro pullback and then move back down even further. Look at the volume right here. Very low area. Okay, very low area. We could easily go down to 24,000 very quickly. It's lunchtime, so they might not do anything. You just got to be aware of your environment and where you're at. Here, let me check on something real quick. Uh, this is my from. I gotta log in to the server real quick, and that's another reason why I need support for this because this is costing me money to run this server and everything. Because I'm managing it myself, which is good. But okay, where are you at? Do I need to look at the history to get the command back? I know what the command. There we go. Okay, that's pretty decent. That's pretty decent. All right, let's H top. Let's see what we've got. Load average is good. Memory's good. Everything's running. Okay, everything's running good. I gotta check to make sure the server runs good because the license, when you update the license, see how it says license activated? When you update any of the settings right here, it just rechecks the license key. That was the easiest way for me to just throw it in there and get it done pretty quickly and then refactor it later. I will refactor it later and make it a lot better. What I would like to do for the license key is if the server, let's say the server goes down, is have a grace period for 24 hours. If you put in a license key, okay, then for 24 hours, even if you shut down Ninja Trader, within 24 hours, the license key is still valid. Okay. And then after 24 hours, well, for one, if I can't get the server back up and running, I got major issues. I mean, heck, I could rebuild the whole thing in 24 hours. Um, Rebuild the whole thing in 24 minutes. But um, have a grace period. Uh, so if the server does go down, then the license still works because it has a 24-hour grace period. That's what I would like to do is refactor stuff like that. But that's going to be later. And also this right here, the heat map. The heat map stuff needs to be refactored as well because what I would like to do is this stuff right here, uh, is being printed using the CPU. And what I would like to do is do what Bookmap does. Bookmap does a pre-rendered bitmap, and then they render it using your graphics card. And that's what I would like to do for this. It's not a big refactor, but it's significant enough where uh, I'm gonna have to have some revenue coming in to be able to spend the time to do that. To be quite honest, and I know this is free for now, and it will be for the next couple weeks. Um, and then it's gonna be like for the first 100 users, it's gonna be like $95 for a whole year. I mean, that's $8 a month. I mean, you could follow me on stream and probably be like, click a button and be able to make a profit. I mean, come on. I mean, $8 a month, it ain't nothing. But that's only for the first 100. After that, it'll probably go to maybe 14 or 19, about 15 $20 per month. I don't know. I haven't figured it out. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Uh, that slippage kinda sucked. Oh, well. Kinda scalped off a little bit for about 10 points because I saw this come up, and I saw this right here, so I just kinda scalped it off a little bit and then for about 5 points, but the slippage just kinda sucked a little bit. Still profitable, but kinda sucked a little bit. I'm still learning how to, because 'cause I've been trading for 10 years, and I never traded off of a heat map with bubbles like this. Never have. Never. I would like to. It looks kinda fun to do. Like right now, we got some good, support right there. I don't know, it looks kinda fun to do. Who knows? You got the I mean, Delta, I mean, it's lunchtime, folks. It's lunchtime. What are we doing? It's lunchtime. Yeah, big old wick up there. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. I don't know. I do know it's 12:30, it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime, folks. It's lunchtime. We got some little bit of buyers coming in, but they kinda got smacked down a little bit. We got a little buyers coming in, but they got a smacker down. They got smacked down a little bit. I mean, it's 12:30, it's lunchtime. What are you gonna do? I mean, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, this heat map thing is pretty good. I mean, it was a little bit of money. Got some big resistance up there at 130 though. Got a nice buy and balance area. We have a buy and bounce right there, so we might drift back to it because of this 130 resistance. Yeah, we got the 5 minute crossing over. Buy and bounce on the 5 minutes, 5 minutes crossing over. Um, we're going to go back up there and test the 130 and go right through it. We have no idea. Yes, we did. We're still climbing. We're still climbing, folks. We're still climbing. All right, I'm out. So I roughly got in at the 118 because we came down here and I just kind of scalped it out for about 10 points. Actually, how much? I have no idea. Uh, got in at one. Got in at 123. Got out at 132. So yeah, roughly 10 points. You know, you just scalp it, man. You just kind of have to. Oh wait a minute, we got some orders up in there at one half. We got some resting offers up there at one half. Not very many. Kind of low. It's 12:30. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You ain't gonna do much. That's why I'm glad I took the profits right up in here. Took the profits right up in here. Scalped it off a little bit. Took the profits. I mean, I kind of left the money on the table. I got in kind of late, I guess. No, I guess I got in pretty decent. I guess. Yeah, I'm still working on this heat map thing. Trying to trade off of it. You get about 110, you got about 50 sitting there at 110. You see right there, about 50 bids sitting there at 110. About 50 bids sitting there at 110. All right. So, I mean, I lost a little money, made a little bit of money, kind of. Are we going to have a pullback back to 110? Are we going to have a pullback back to 110 and get a little absorption? We have no idea. Looks like we are. So came back here to 110. That's a nice, good, positive delta right there, and then we kind of get about 5 points off that. Uh, what I'm thinking about the persistent delta, huh? Boy, I'm glad I didn't get long. I would have got my ass smoked. What's going on here? ECB. Next change in the key interest rates is highly likely to be upwards. 1211. That was nothing. That was at 1211. Who cares? That was 1211. That was a while back. We's don't know what's going on. Boy, we came back down to that support right there pretty good. I've been a 25-point move. Holy smokes. I really need to get working on this heat map trading. Any of y'all do heat map trading? I'm so used to looking at a stinking footprint chart. I'm so used to looking at a footprint chart to be able to do this. Trying to trade off this heat map is kind of new for me. Uh, Matter of fact, let's go look at a footprint chart and see what this thing looked like. Yeah, so we had some big selling, we had some selling, then all of a sudden it dried up. Once it starts drying up like that, and you got these buyers like 43, 39, they start kicking in. 41, they start climbing back up. It kind of got absorbed a little bit. Let's take a look. This, I don't know. I don't know. Let's take a look at this. Let's do the let's do this. See, right here now we got the footprint chart with the heat mapper. Oops, the heat map. What's the resting orders? Let's set that to 20. 23? Nope. Let's set that to 20. Now we got something going on here. You see, if you're used to trading a footprint chart, you could trade that. Now, I did trade this area right here. I did trade this when we came back. This buy and balance. Okay, it had a buy and balance, and then I kind of got in right up in this area, and then I just kind of just scalped it off up in this area. Okay, I take my profits very quickly. I don't sit here and wait. Let me go back to the heat map. Let me take off the delta thing there. Let me go back to the regular bar right here. Okay, let me go back here to the heat map. Yeah, I'm so used to trading off of a footprint chart. I need to get good at this heat map thing. I think probably it might be easier than trading off a footprint chart. Because on the level two, I'm so used to looking at a dominant footprint chart and just seeing where the orders are. This actually might be pretty easy. It might be easier. And the older I get, I like things to be easier, more relaxing. Ooh, something's going on. Something is going on, folks. We ain't got that kind of slinging around and up in the markets unless something's going on. Do not be clicking any stinking buttons. Don't be chasing. Please have some self discipline. We don't know what just happened. All we know is this thing went from here to here. It went to 70 points within seconds. Man, I will be I will be so glad when this stuff is over so I can go back to normal. Nice little routine, nice little consistent base hits. I will be extremely happy once we go back to normal. Okay, once we go back to normal. This is not normal. Okay, I don't know what the heck happened. And the news might not even come out. We might not even know why it did that. I mean, did a bunch of shorts say screw this and they just kind of went to break even and that cover just fueled the fire? We have no idea. Without the trade IDs, I will never know that information. Without the trade IDs, I would never know that information. And we're not privileged to that. Uh, this guy wants me to DM him in this Discord. Okay. Right now, I'm trying to figure out. Hello. Um. Oh, I gotta go do that. Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. Let me look at the calendar. Oh yeah, I better do that today. Yes, I better transfer that money and go do that. That reminds me, go do this. We don't know why that just happened. Um, Still the same thing. Boy, okay, I don't know why that just happened. I don't see any news. Biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more to follow. Truth Social. Okay. Take everything with a grain of salt, I guess. Trump, it's time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late. Okay, whatever. Senate is expected to announce its chip gear bill in the coming weeks. House bill on chip making gear, blah blah blah. Yeah, we don't know. Okay. Got some buying up in here. You gotta break through that 150 some area right up in there. You gotta break through that area right there. You really gotta break through that area. We got buying balance in the current 1 minute. The delta is 65.70. Really needs to start to climb. We got some support there at 139, it looks like. We could lose it any time, though. Like 44 bids just sitting there. We're getting filled. Negative 40 delta. We're delta neutral in the current 1 minute. I just don't trust this. I have to get out for a break even. I just don't trust it. It's taking too long. I don't like it. Taking too long. I don't like how that delta was 26.74, then neutral, and it's still sitting neutral. So I just cut the trade. That's not a lot. A lot of times, what you got to do is just cut the trade. See, I'm glad I did. I mean, a lot of times you just got to cut the trades, folks. I mean, well, let me come back here. So we kind of ran up, kind of bounced off into this area here. So you could have gotten yourself about quick 10 points. That's basically what I tried to do up in this area, trying to thinking we were going to get up and test this area right here. I was up in here trying, seeing if we were going to test this area for about 10 points, and then it just kept sitting there neutral, and I just sliced the trade out for a break even. Uh, yeah, it was a break even. I bought at 157.5 and sold at 57.5, so that was a break even trade. I mean commissions, but they're cheap. I mean commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out like it would have been. Yep, better than a full stop out. The reason I was getting in is because I was looking at all of this area right here. It had all that went straight up. All because Trump wanted to tweet something, I guess, on Truth Social or whatever they do over there. I don't know. I'm not on social media. I just don't like social media. I mean, I'm on YouTube. Yeah, obviously. The social media stuff, I just don't have Facebook, Twitter, blah, blah, blah. What's that other degenerate one? TikTok. I'm not on that stuff. How was the day? Very profitable in the early morning. It was very good on early morning, as you can see here. We had this some nice delta scalping, and I have released this. It got released this morning. You can download it. Download the new version, the 1.4 version. You can download it. You'll have to follow me. I'm gonna. I don't know if I can put out a video because it doesn't show up on playback. So you'll just have to follow me. Uh, Here, matters of fact, let's do this right now. Let's go ahead and do this. I can do a screenshot and explain to people. Let me take a screenshot and explain it in a video. That's what I can do. I'll just take a screenshot and then explain that in a video. That's an idea. Um, I'll do that tomorrow. Since the market's not going to be around, I will do that tomorrow, and we can do some videos. I'm going to do a video on just reading footprint charts, just basic footprint chart reading. Uh, Scrunch this up a little bit more. That's what I want to do. Uh, whoop, doo, doo, doo. All right. Yeah, it's kind of boring. Sitting there just scalping a little bit. So I'm thinking about what I could do. It'll be kind of hard because how could you tell between the bubbles? I'm trying to figure out how I can display this. How I can display how you can trade off of the live pulse, but still have the delta persistent scalping and be able to show an indication here on the live pulse. You really can't do the dots right here. I got an idea. You can't do the dots right here because those, I mean, how are you going to differentiate them from the regular bubbles? We's don't know. Whoops, I'm in drawing mode. What we got up here? Up there at yeah, up there you got a little bit of people sitting on the books. You got a little bit of sitting on the books up there, not much. What is the use of streaming here, bro? Okay, for one, you're young because you called me bro. Have you assist anyone to place orders? Well, how long have you been here? Have you watched me stream more than one day? Yeah. Uh, I guess it's Jonas Bro. Hey, Jonas Bro. This is definitely not a signal service because, for one thing, the SEC would have my ass in a sling and I wouldn't be able to trade. Second of all, stick around more than a day and you'll be able to figure it out yourself and make your own decision. And you can answer your own question with time. But if you're looking, Jonas Bro, if you're looking for a signal service, you have to go somewhere else. If you're looking for someone that's going to be clicking buttons all the time, in and out, trading fake futures prop firms like it's a game, no, I don't do that because I've been trading for over 10 years. I've been trading before the fake prop firms came out. Uh, so I'm very precise in the trades that I take. Also, this is mainly to show an add-on where you can use it if you want for your own trading plan or not. It doesn't matter. But stick around and you'll be able to answer your own. Stick around more than stick around for a week, and possibly you might be able to answer your own question. So down here at 1:30, you got some people sitting on the bids down here at 1:30. You just had a little bit. I mean, it's 1 o'clock. We're coming out of lunch. Normally, I make my money as usual. I make my money during the morning, and then I don't give it back in late afternoon. So we're coming down here to support at 1:30, where we got uh, some of them sitting on the books. We got about 30 sitting on there roughly in this area, about 1:30, 1:32. So that is support area right there. Uh, we've got some 17, we got some dark green bubbles right here. Low volume, but dark green bubbles, which means pretty decent positive delta. But you got to think this moving average, we are trading below it. Now, the 5 minute is starting to slope upwards with the little tweet that Trump did. It's starting to slope upwards, so I'd really only be looking to take longs. But then again, the 1 minute is contradicting the 5 minute, and the 1 minute is basically flatline. What that is telling me is that it's telling me do not go long or short, unless you want to take quick scalps off the heat map. But if you look back here, we've only just been consolidating basically. And if you look at the 5 minute, you can, and this will probably be something for you, Jonas Bro. We basic auction market theory is market likes to find value. If found value to the upside, then it likes to go into balance mode the majority of the time. Sometimes it will V shape. You might call this a bull flag. I just call this area a nice balanced market that likes to piss off new traders. You don't trade in the middle of it. If you're going to trade that, you trade the outer sides of it. You go short here, go long here if you want to. I don't do that. None of that's in my trading plan. We're right here at the point of control. And we've just been consolidating, so I really kind of really wouldn't be doing very much. Let's look at what happened on the 5 minute. Like I said earlier, you had this persistent delta scalping right here, but right here you had right here in this area, right here, you had a double buy and bounce area. We basically came down to support this area right here. We had a imbalance buy. Right here, we had an imbalance buy. And right up in here, we had an imbalance buy. So as you can see right here, and we had the persistent delta persistence right there, where the delta surge of more than 50 happened. Actually, it was like 131 on this candle. So, like I said earlier, we'll probably just be holding this area possibly throughout the whole day. We had some. That was at one half. That's where those large offers were was at one half. So that's where you would get your resistance is one half. Right up there, basically in the point of control where that delta is up in there, that negative delta up here. Also where those large sellers were. And also, Jonas, if you're around, if you're still around, I'm not here to hold your hand for you. You are an adult. You can make your own decisions. I'm here to give you information and you can consume that information and make your own decisions. I'm not here to give you buy and sell signals. So we come down here at 24 100 where we have this area right here. If you see like the okay, so you see the large sellers that are coming in. If they get if we hold them off, if you spike down and you reclaim the area very aggressively, that could be used as absorption. Okay, but you got to be careful because we're rolling over on the 5 minute moving average, and we're rolling over right here on the 1 minute. So if you get a bounce, it's going to be a short-lived bounce more than likely, back up to the 1 minute moving average. So if you get a bounce here, you might get a bounce up here for about 15 points if we hold this area. So right there, if you get up here to about 10 points, just go ahead and lock some in and move to a break even because you're counter trend trading. The 1 minute moving average is sloping up over. The 5 minute is starting to flatline. So if you did get into a trade right here, you probably took a little bit of heat right there, about a few points, and then once you start seeing the volume up in this area dry out, you basically just got to get out. The main thing you're looking to do is just capital preservation. If you want to be a prop farming degenerate, that's fine with me. I don't care what you do. Uh, you can treat this as a video game if you want. I could care less. Uh, but the way I've been trading for the past 10 years is capital preservation. Trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana, take banana. Peel a little bit off. We got a lot of delta coming in there, as you can see right up here. That's about 60 delta on the 1 minute. It seems like they're trying to hold the 24 100 area. Nice delta up there. You're up about 5 points. If you actually, and you have to look over here, if you see, yep, there we go. Okay, so got a little scalp up here to the moving average. You definitely want to, if you are in that, off of the 100 down here, and you're in and you're up 15 points and you let a winner turn into a loser, that's your problem. We have a nice inside bar right here. We have a nice inside bar right here. Okay. We did not break this area right here. If we broke that area right here with this volume, you possibly could have gone down. But we broke this up here because you saw it being absorbed right down and right down in this area right here. You saw the absorption. Okay, that's why we didn't break that because you saw the absorption and you come right up here. Can you get up to one half? Maybe, maybe not. But if I were you and I'm up 20 points, or even if I'm up 10 points, you need to pay yourself and manage the rest of the trade. You still here, Jonas? Or did you skip out to go watch some YouTube guru buy and sell and blow up contract, blow up evals left and right, and only show you the ones that they passed? Still got resistance up there at one half. Got about 40, looks like 40 some. Doop, doop, doop. Yeah, about 40 up there, 149, about one half. You got some resistance. You got some support down here at 110, as you can see right here. It's kind of like a no man's area. You don't go long or short off of here. You need to come up to these areas and see where you want to do. If you come up to the one half, I really wouldn't be trying to short that area. Even if you get lucky, a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then. But you're above the 1 minute moving average, and you're above the 5 minute moving average. It's kind of flatlining. So to be quite honest, I'd just be careful. You got to put the odds in your favor. If we break this with some pretty decent delta, we could possibly go up there to that one half. I'll be back up there around the point of control where you definitely want to be taking profits and locking some in. Because you got to think about where you're at. You're you're up here in this big volume area right here. There's a lot of volume, a lot of interest. You're not down in the low value area, okay? You're not down in something like this area trying to get from here to here. You're right up here. You're right up here trading all this big distribution of volume, okay? Okay, all that delta, okay, all these buyers and sellers right here, okay. This is not an area where you really want to be putting on trades. And if you do, you got to have tight stops, okay. Uh, really just don't be trading them this area. Come down here to this area right here where you got volume, you got positive delta right here, and try to get yourself along, okay. Pay yourself a little bit, leave a runner, and see if you're good. Yeah, see, we couldn't even get to one half. We got to 140. Again, this is just ideal trading 9:30 to 11:30. Okay, 9:30 to 11:30. Try to make your money in the first couple hours, like I did, and then just walk away. Just don't trade. Just walk away. And if you want to keep clicking buttons, if you're trading minis, just jump down to a couple micros and don't give all your money back. We're right here. We got about 50 sitting on the bid at 110. You got about 50 sitting on the bid there. That could be support right there. Uh, we might not even get there. Like kind of like what happened last week when I was still waiting for 5 points and I missed the trade. And I was like, whoops, well, I missed that one. And then half hour later, I got a 25-point run. Because there's always another trade right around the corner. Don't worry about missing trades because there's trades all the time. They are right around the corner. Okay. So you got support there at 110. You got about 50 sitting on the bid there. You have some negative delta kick in here because these bubbles right here that happen that I aggregate them within 100 milliseconds. I coded it and aggregated them within 100 milliseconds. Uh, the darker they are, the more negative delta. As far as the blue violet, the darker they are, the more negative delta. Like that 24, this 24 right up here, that was a light negative delta. That 22, light positive delta. Okay. That's what those mean. That's what the opacity of the bubbles mean. And also, look over here at the 1 minute. Look at what we've been doing for a long time on the 1 minute. Okay, we've been sitting here almost for an hour and a half, just sitting here, not doing much. Okay, well, we got a little bit of movement. We got a delta surge of 79 with one little delta persistent tick right there, but it's weak because we moved down below, so that's probably invalid right there. I wouldn't even try that. It's 110. I wouldn't even try it anyways. Plus, it's just one little dot. You want multiple dots, like at least two or three of them, kind of like what we had in the morning. Still got them offers sitting up there at one half, and you still got the bids sitting down at 110. We're right in between, so kind of like where we are now. We're right in between. I just wouldn't buy it or sell right now. If you look at the 1 minute, you're right here on the 1 minute. You're right here, okay, and you're right in the middle. That's not where you want to be putting trades on for scalping. Unless you see a large buyer step in, like 50, 100 contracts, single order contracts, then you start breaking this with delta surging up. Yes, go long. But then again, you got to think where you're at right here at the point of control. Okay. What are you going to do? Come up here, yourself about 10, 15 points. All right. So we're kind of drifting back down again. This is, you can play the tops and the bottoms of this if you want. You can play the tops and bottoms if you want. All right. We're going to get up to one half and go test the point of control. Let's see if we can do it again. Before it couldn't do it. Before we tried it and it just couldn't do it. Okay. It just couldn't do it. Here, I'm going to clear everything out. And I had my settings set to uh, minimum volume of 5. I don't even want to see a print if it's less than high volume, to be quite honest. I don't even want to see a print. All right, we're up here at 1/2. There we go. We tested it. We got a buy and bounce area. If you hold it, we got a buy and bounce. If you hold it, that'll be good. If we hold it, that'll be good. We got a buy and bounce, that little bar that comes across. You want to see positive delta coming in. You want to see good delta. You want to see good delta like that. You want to see it come in. You want to see it hold. Are you still with us, Jonas? Are you still with us, Jonas? Did you click the effing button, Jonas? Okay, resting orders here. I'm out of the trade. There's a reason why I got into the trade. There's a reason why I got out of the trade. So let me go over this. Yeah, resting orders here. Let me just go over the trade real quick. I mean, it still might run without us. That's fine. I don't care. Uh, right here, we had a buy and bounce area. Okay, we had delta of 192. Look at all the other deltas down here. Okay, we had a delta surge of 192. We're not trying to get the whole move. Trying to get a piece of the pie. Okay, and then once we break this area, my stop was right here. I'm getting out right here. Okay. My stop's out right here at about 5 points. I mean, you got yourself about 10 point run. But right up in here, once we started losing the volume area, right up here at around 166, you got to get out. Okay. You got to get out. Your resistance, if you get in around here, your resistance is way up here. But once you start seeing these small bubbles and the volume start drying up, just go ahead and get out for 10 points, okay? Just pay yourself and get out. Okay, that's why I got into the trade, and that's why I got out of the trade. Resting orders. Let me show you. It'll be easy to show you right here. Resting orders. Resting orders are this right here on the histogram. You see right here where it says like 20 right here, 19, like 29. That means there's 29 bids that are willing to buy right there. Okay, those are resting orders. Same thing on the offer. Okay, right now we're lifting the offer. We're lifting the offer at 91. They were when I mean lifting the offer, we're going from whoops, we're going from here to here. We're eating away on those offers. It starts lifting up, starts pushing up. So when someone says lifting the offer, that's what they're doing. They're eating up the offers and they're pushing the market up. That's lifting the offers. Okay. The resting orders. This is the heat map. I only want to see. Okay, on the histogram, it's like minimum of one volume and the histogram bars will start showing up. But right here on the heat map, if I set this to resting orders of 5, I'm going to see a lot more. Okay, I'm going to start seeing a lot more resting offers. Let me clear this out. I'm going to start seeing a lot more resting offers and bids down here. Those are just people willing to buy. Sometimes you'll have spoofers. If you get here, yeah, lifting offer, hitting a bid. So, um, I don't like it like this just because it just takes up so much resources. And this is not really useful to me. It's just too much noise. Uh, so I always set the resting orders, people that are willing to buy or sell, to like 10. Depends on how the market is for the day. Let me clear that out. So right here, yep, got about 25 resting bids. People willing to buy at 156. Um, too bad Jonas left. This right here is a very risky trade to be taken. quite honest. Okay. This is a risky trade to be taken because we are right up here. I got in on the break, but we're right up here. This is risky trade to take. But I lowered my contract size. Okay, the point of control kind of shifted. Okay, one half was up in here. Okay, it was up in here. This is a buy imbalance. Four times more buyers than sellers at three levels. That's just three ticks, 3 points, quarter, half, three quarters. Those are ticks. You can get in on the break of that and put your stop down here. Okay. Because if you lose this, more than likely you're coming back down to this area. And you don't want to be sitting there taking about a 15 point heat when it's not necessary. Cut your small loss. Cut your small loss. Let it come back down and re-enter the trade to make up the money. Okay. Small loss and commissions are a lot cheaper than a full friggin' stop out. I don't care what gurus tell you about the 3 to 1, 5 to 1, or whatever they want to show you afterwards. I'm trading what's happening right now. And the reason I got out is because the lack of volume. Let me switch over to a footprint chart. Let me switch over to a footprint chart. Like right here, was the buy and bounce, okay? That was the buy and bounce area right up in here, okay? So you get in right here. Why do you get out? Why did I get out right up in here? Well, because you have 2 and 7, you have 12 and 8, 9 and 21, 36, 22. It's just the volume is drying up, okay? And you saw that right here. You saw that right here. Very small little bubbles. It's drying up. So I was like, okay, just cut the trade and just move on. So cut the trade and move on for about 10 points. Or let me tell you exactly. Yeah, just cut the trade for about 10 points or five. If you got out and you were hesitant, maybe you got 5 points, $100. Okay, no big deal. Some people are going to say, $100 ain't nothing. There's people taking trades $500,000. Yeah, I get them too every now and then, but I also take a lot of base hits. So it seems like the persistent delta persistent stuff is pretty good. It's working. Uh let's look at 5 minutes. This was not good. I did not take the trade because we had this one little persistent delta. Okay. I mean, we had a delta surge of 79 from 293 delta. But the main reason I took trades because that buy and bounce and we broke it and we were above the moving average of the 5 minutes. So I just get me a quick scalp. I had to get out because the market told me the volume was drying up. So I just got out. I don't do hope trades. I don't hope for a breakout to 50, 100 points. You don't do hope trades. Hope trades will blow your account quicker than anything. We're not trying to get the whole move. We're just trying to get a piece of the pie. I mean, if you can make, let me look at this. Yeah, I'm green on my funded account. So I passed an eval earlier this week. Got me 5 funded accounts. This eval I worked on today. If I wasn't streaming, I could have easily passed it. I have a hard time streaming trading just because this streaming thing is kind of new. I guess with anything, it just takes time to get good at it. So it's going to take me time to get good at streaming and trading at the same time. I'm used to just having my office door shut, have my headphones on, listen to music, and have a nice conversation with Mr. NQ. Most of the time, the conversation's good. Sometimes it's bad. Some days are not always good. Just gotta keep them small. Because if you take a large hit on a day, it's gonna take you probably a week just to get it back, just from one stupid decision of not cutting your loss early. And you can't have the mentality is like, oh well, it's an eval. I'll just let it blow. Uh, that's not the type of mentality you want to have. That's not a true trader. That's just a gambler. What would happen? You know, I think the worst thing that ever happened to trading was these fake prop firms coming out. To be quite honest, micros were the best thing that came out for new traders. Best thing. I wish they were around when I first started trading. I wouldn't have blown up about 7, 8 grand. Um, but I guess it was okay because as a software engineer, I was making 6 figures, so it really didn't, you know, tuition fee, I guess. All right, 188. You got some offers sitting there at 27.39 offers at 87.88. That's going to be some resistance up there. We're still sitting up here above the point of control right here. Here, let me switch back to a solid candle. Uh, Most people trade off with solid candles. The one thing we had here, you had the large buyer there, and they got absorbed. That's not good. Okay, 87.88. 175 up in this area. You got 770 sitting on the bid at 173. They got filled. They got filled. You got some negative delta right there. If they hold that, we possibly could test this higher. If they hold, I need to see some prints, man. I don't need to see lack of volume. I don't want to see lack of volume. I want to see big prints. Don't care if they're sellers. Actually, I would prefer the big prints to be sellers and not going anywhere. Then, if they're big sellers and they're not going anywhere, if they're not dumping down and they're getting big print sellers and they're getting absorbed, and you start breaking that area, then you could probably come up here and test and get yourself 10 points real quick. Lack of volume, not interested. I was interested right here. Why? Because we had large seller. They got filled. And then we saw the dry up of the volume, not interested. See, the one thing, let's look at the 1 minute right here. Let's look at the 1 minute right here because right here, right up in here, I took the trade and then I cut it right up in here because we lost the volume. So I just cut the trade. We have 84 buyer, single contract, 84 contracts, single 40 sell contracts. We closed down here. That wick, they got absorbed. Okay. That that buyer got absorbed. Look at this wick right here. Look at this wick right here. We could possibly be moving to the downside. Okay. We're right here at the point of control. Okay. Right here at the point of control. So you're going to have to get through all of that. Like I said, this big volume right here. Okay. This area right here, low volume. Then the next support area will be down in here. And we're just sitting here not doing very much now. Well, I mean, that's what trading's about. You sit here and you wait. And we had one good trade here lately. We had one decent trade. I'll be right back. All righty. All righty. Again, I mean, look what we've been doing since about 11 o'clock, man. About 11 o'clock for the past 2.5 hours. This pissing off new traders. Okay. Now inside this area, yeah, you can get some decent trades. I mean, we just took a trade right here in the middle of all this crap. But hey, the odds were a little bit in our favor. The heat map, the bubbles showed us, that we were in there, and I had tight stops. I didn't care, even if it did take a stop. I'm not giving back all my profits. I'm not an idiot. Uh, the market ran up, found value, and now we're in a balanced market area. Okay, that's just the way it is. We're just in a balanced market area, and we probably will stay here. Now, what I would like to do is, what I would really like to do, and I've been saying this, all the sellers on this, the large sellers and the large buyers, I'm going to create uh, like the header up here where you see ticker, mode, candle, all this header stuff right here. I'm going to put a footer down here, and I'm going to move the MA down here and the heat map, HM for the heat map, the buttons down here. Also, you're going to be able to click uh, ON VWAP or overnight session VWAP and the NWAP or New York session or RTH and whatever. RTH session for the VWAP. So you can show the VWAP of the overnight session or whatever you want. But down in here on the footer that I'm going to be creating, I'm going to give a total of all the large sellers and a total of all the large buyers. So you can kind of know within the New York session of who really, are there more large buyers or are there more large sellers? And then it's going to have like a forward slash and then the cumulative volume delta or the delta between the two. So that's what I'm looking to do. Uh, that's what I'm looking to do. Uh, the 1 minute, 5 minute contradicting themselves. You got the 1 minute moving average starting to slope upwards. You got the 5 minute that's sloping upwards again. Okay, starting to slope upwards. We're kind of pulling back to it on the 5 minute right here. Okay, on the 5 minute, we're starting to move back to it. So do you take buys in this area? No. Okay, can you come down here and buy on the moving average? Sure, but you have to know where you're going to put your stop. Okay, right now we've got some 33.20 sitting on the bids right here. Okay, uh, if you want to, you can come down here and try to scalp you off a few points if you want. I usually don't try and do that, uh, just because right here. The 1 minute's kind of sloping upwards. We're down on the 1 minute. The 5 minutes sloping upwards, but we're selling off on a 5 minute candle right now. I like to take when I'm scalping, doing my base hits. I like having the candle 5 minute candle green, kind of like when we took that quick 10 point scalp right there on the 1 minute where the imbalance was. The 5 minute candle was green. It was moving upwards. Okay, the delta was up. It's like 300 delta right there. So delta was definitely up. It was up higher than the previous one. So that's the kind of stuff. You got to put the odds in your favor. That's the kind of stuff that needs to happen. Yeah, I need to do a video. I'll do it tomorrow because the markets are not open. I'm going to do it tomorrow for Good Friday. I'm going to create a video and explain how I set these charts up. I need to really do a video and explain how I set the charts up, what all these settings mean. We got 67 sitting on the bid, about 70 sitting on the bid, about 131 right there. 131, about 70 sitting on the bid. We might not get there. Don't, if you see some absorption happening, you see some large selling coming in, but it's not moving anywhere, and we start breaking upwards with the big volume coming in, then you can go ahead and get in. Um, I would really like for it to come down into this area with some large cell bubbles with them not being able to break and then move up. I don't like I don't like doing it when I mean, look at this little tiny crap like that. I don't like. I just don't. I can't trade that. I don't want that because what I'm looking for is because you got to think about how these institutions have programmed their algorithms. Okay, the NQ has the most algos trading it from these institutions. It's the algos own the NQ on lower time frames and quick hyperscalp, high frequency trading. They own that market. So you have to think about how they would do that. Okay. We got 29 delta right there. 29 volume with pretty decent delta. Uh, then again, they're not interested in selling. You don't see no sellers coming in here. Got about 70 sitting on the bid at 131. You're not seeing sellers. Okay, now, yeah, come on. Let's see some large selling right up in here. I want to see some large selling right up in here, and I want to see that 70 being eaten up and refreshed. I want it to be eaten up to 50, maybe get a little jump down and run back up and have that 50 refreshed to like 75, 100. That's what you want to see. You want to see them getting eaten up and then refreshing right here. Okay. See, that got eaten up. Oh, see it? You see how that refreshed to 20? See how that refreshed to 20? It got eaten up. Didn't even get to 131. It got eaten up and refreshed. Is it going to get refreshed again? Watch. Yep, refreshed. Okay, this is the kind of stuff you need to oh, we got some orders coming in there refreshing. This is the kind of stuff you really need to pay attention to because they're not being able to break through. They're not being able to break through. Now, would you take a long? Well, it's kind of hard to say because right now the 5 minute is selling off. But you see how they got absorbed a little bit. It's a quick 8 points for you. But you see what I'm talking about? Okay, now they left the books. That 70 at 131 left the books. Are they gonna come back on? Are they gonna jump back in? Right now, they left the books. They're not on the books. See? They were there right there. They're gone. But did you see where I was talking about where we were filling that order and that 132, 133 kept refreshing as it got filled, it would just refresh the bid. You really gotta pay attention to stuff like that because that is a key to go up. Now, I'm not used to trading off of a heat map and stuff like this. I'm used to trading off of a DOM, uh, and looking at the resting orders with the bid with them being filled right in here. And that's another thing. Do you guys want to see something like this? Like the DOM. If we look at the DOM, let's look at N. Here, let me get the N. Let me get my fingers on the keyboard. Like NQ June 26. Okay. Let's look at this right here. Let's come back here. Do you want to see, because stuff like this right here, that histogram is basically this stuff on the DOM. This is a beta prototype that I've been working on. The execution buttons are working. Here, let me show you. The execution buttons there are all working. The account stuff needs to be tweaked a little bit. The quantity, all this is working. But right here, we have the bids, we have the offers, the bids, the asks. Okay, bids, asks. Bids on the left, asks on the right, kind of like what we have here. Do you want to see the prints in between here? Okay. Do you want to see these prints that are happening in between here? Uh, I don't know. It might be useful. It might not. You're kind of seeing them right here on this bubble, so I just don't think it's really necessary. But that's what I have been so used to trading off of is something like this, a DOM. And years ago, when I traded off Jigsaw Trading, this is what I used. I just used the DOM. I used a 5-minute chart in the DOM, and I would just sit there and scalp. Uh, but that's what I did. But this right here was a key thing. We ran down, has some sellers in there. They were refreshing the bids right here, and we ran up for a quick 10 points. This is the kind of stuff, and you have to sit here and wait. You have to sit here and wait. Okay. You might have to sit here and wait for an hour for something like that to happen. Okay. And if you're like that one individual that came in earlier and said, "What's the use of this stream?" Well, uh, I can tell you a use for it to show you stinking patience. That's what you can do. Um, you gotta have patience. You gotta sit here and not and just like my dad used to tell me, just relax. Just sit back and relax. Okay. We got 100 delta pumping into this 1 minute with the selling balance. We're starting to get through this low volume right up in here. Uh, you gotta see. You see where that yellow bar right there is the point of control. That's where the largest buyer of the day has been right here. Okay, historically, are they still there? We have no idea, but we know at 118 that was an area of interest. That yellow bar right there, since it's on the buy side, that was the largest buyer. Okay, that was the largest buyer. Man, I wish I would have recorded that one thing I just walked you through with the refreshing of the bids. I should have recorded that. Daggone it. That would have been awesome education. Was that useful information to you, Jonas, if you're still around? You see, you're my pet for the day. You're the one that I'm going to be referring to throughout the day is you, because you wanted to point yourself out. And you do not know who you are talking to. You're talking to an individual that doesn't take shit from people very well. It's probably because I spent 5 years in the United States Marine Corps and you want to stick your head up. Well, now you're going to get it. That's your closet? Do you have stuff hidden in there? She knows stuff's hidden in there. She wants you to open it. Of course, she knows there's stuff hiding in there. You know, this is interesting watching the wife trying to deal with the 5-year-old. This sometimes is pretty funny. Sometimes she sits back and watches me deal with her. Yeah. Um. So got a little trade off of this right here. Maybe you got that. But when you see large resting bids right there, and you see that volume getting filled and it's refreshing, that's a good sign. And they get filled and they get refreshed, that's a good sign. And eventually they say, well, we've had enough of this and we're gone. Okay, but you got to be careful because you were down with the 1 minute, you're below the 5 minute, and you're moving down on the 1 minute. So you had to be quick with that. If you're not disciplined, you're going to end up losing money. Because look where you're at now. That's why I say when you see profits, you got to take them. I don't see anything down here. You see how you see this is why I only do 75 because it fills it in. It fills it in as we go. Okay, it fills it in as we go. There we go. They're filling up. Oh, we got some buying up in here. All right, we got 57 contracts. Oh, we got some large buying up in here. Let's look at this area right here. Yeah, you got some buy right there. You have all this area right up in here. Okay, this area right here. Okay, this is why they're doing it. This is why they're doing it. You got to see, are they refreshing the bids right here? Are they refreshing the bids? Oh, wait a minute. I need 1 minute. Shoot. Okay. We're at an interest where if they start losing it, like they are now, we could be selling off because these buyers could be just saying we've had enough. Okay, right here, they could be saying we've had enough, and it looks like they are. Okay, it looks like they are. They're saying they've had enough. They've had enough. They've made their money. We don't know if the institutions are going to be like, oh, we made our money, we're done, and we could dump. We have no idea. But this is a sign where if you have a sell off like this and you have a large buyer, see how all that large buying at 146, all that large buying in there, one order was 57 contracts, another order was 28. When you lose that right there, most of the time you're gonna go down. And if you're down right now, you've made about 12 points. What you need to do is lock some profits in and manage the trade and see if you can get more of a dump. Okay. You want to see if you can get more of a dump. You want to see if you can get more of a dump. You got 117 sitting on the offer right there. You got 117 at 85 sitting on the offer right there. You can use that as support right there for a dump if you want to use that for support as a dump. We got 125 at 85. We got 123 at 0.85. We're in a low volume area. We're in a low volume area. We got 111 delta on the 1 minute, 16 delta. We're delta neutral on the current. On the current, we need to see this start dumping. Okay, I'm out. Um, just because I'm out because of this right here. I am out because we had the selling and we've got them sitting on the books right there. They're sitting on the bids. I'm out. Okay. Could we dump more? Yes, but I've taken my money and I'm moving on. I don't care if we dump anymore. I've made my decision and I'm sticking with it. Okay, you gotta be out. You gotta be out, okay? You gotta be out because you got this. You got those buyers right there that got trapped. The 57.28, and we sold off. Once we start breaking that, you can get in. You gotta get out here for about 18 points because now we're starting to break up. But the deltas starting to shift, okay? Yeah, I got out right up in here at about 0.70 because of that area right there. I don't know exactly 0.72 was my cover position, okay? Okay, right up in here, right up in here. Once I saw that, when we saw it start moving up at 0.72 is where I covered. Okay, I wonder if it can go back. I think I got up, sold it right up in here. Yeah. So this I mean, I didn't get the whole move. I did not get this whole move from here to here just because I was streaming, but I did get some of the move like from here to here. I got myself like 10 points. So, it's good enough for me. Base hits, I'm very consistent. As long as I can be 60% and up, I am extremely happy. Okay. Why did we take this trade? Well, for one, the moving average, listen up, Jonas. For one, the moving average was moving down. It was sloping downwards. The 5 minute, same thing. Over here on the 5 minute, sloping down. We are in a red candle on the 5 minute. We had buyers step in because that is the buying interest right here. You see right here, you had in the past, you had some sellers, then you had those buyers step in right there. Then you came back down. All right, see you later, Steve. And then I just come in here and cover for about 10 points. Okay, that's why we took the trade. Uh, What time is it? It's 2 o'clock. I seriously got to be done. I'm green on a funded account. I'm green on an eval account. I have got to close this execution window. I can't be tempted to keep going. Uh, Goodbye there, rhythmic order book. I will see you. Let me make sure I don't have any ghost orders out. I don't have any ghost orders out. Nope. See you later there, Mr. Order Book. See you later there, Mr. Order Book. I am green on the funded, green on an eval. Uh, I made more money on my eval than my funded, but hey, that's because I was trading my eval this morning. Boy, it would have been nice to trade my funded. Man, that would have been a nice payday. Um, but it is what it is. Next week, more trades will come. More trades will come. They always do. Um, Yeah, I have to close out my, gotta close out the Rhythmic Pro order book. Don't wanna be tempted to make executions because I just made some more good profits up in here doing a short real quick, uh, in a raging up market, so I am done for the day for my executions. Gotta have that self-discipline, folks. You gotta have that self-discipline. You have to have that self-discipline. I'm green on an eval, green on a funded. It's 2 o'clock. I know my stats. I usually give money back in late afternoon. So I closed out the Rhythmic Pro order book. No more executions. Just walk away. 2 accounts green, walk away, come back next week, pass the eval next week, get a payout on funded. We're all good. That's just the way it has to be. So it closed above the movement average on the 1 minute, but on the 5 minute, it's still sloping down. So it's contradicting themselves. This is a counter trend trade. If you take longs now, it's counter trend trade. You could come up here to 122 area, which is right up in here, right where that large buyer was earlier this morning. As you can see right there, that yellow bar. That's the largest buyer of the day is the yellow bar right there. If it's over on this side, where the skinny yellow bar is, if it's over on this side, then it'll be the largest seller of the day. See what I'm talking about? Counter trend trade, you gotta be careful. This could just be a rundown and then a micro little pullback area and then a dump down even further. Because if we lose this area right up in here, that's very low volume. Okay. Uh, we could come down to this area. You could lose this area. Next support is right here where all that delta is. Okay. So that right there is probably a 100-point move. I'm not saying to go short. I am just telling you what could happen. I can't tell you what to do, to be quite honest, because the SEC will have my butt in a sling. Okay. 2:15, you got Logan speaking at 2:15. Fed's Logan speaks. I mean, it probably won't do anything unless he says something extremely stupid, which is unlikely. So we're coming down here to the 070 area where you got 48, 47, 48 sitting on the bid right there. That's a little bit of support right there in that area right here. You see that histogram, how that bar is kind of larger? This bar right here is a lot larger than the rest of them. That's support. It could be yanked. It could be like 200 bids, and as we get close to it, it just yanks it. That's what those algos like to do. They like to play them stupid little spoofing games. And boy, did I get spoofed about a week or two ago. I think it was a couple weeks ago. Boy, I closed the trade out and I got spoofed, and then it yanked it, and then it just shot up. So, you got some orders coming in. There's nothing sitting down here, nothing stopping it from up in this area except for right up here at '08, up in this area. I mean, that's only 15 points below. You got, okay, we got some, we got 47 sitting at '070. You got 47 sitting at, you got 47 at '070 sitting on the bid right there. They're just sitting right there. You got right up in here, you got some, right up here, you got some resistance right there, but you're right here in the stinking middle of it. Okay. It's not an ideal place to be putting on a trade, in my opinion. Don't care if you miss it. You got to be aware and you got to put the odds in your favor. Okay. You got to put the odds in your favor. And what I'm seeing is from here to here. Okay. Support, resistance. You got about 40 sitting there at 095. You're counter trend trading on the 5 minute. The 1 minute is looking okay. You gotta have tight stops and take profits quickly. What I would like to see is right in this area right here is I would like to see some large sellers come in. Large sellers. I want to see large bubble, large sellers coming in and have them not get anywhere and just sit there and watch these bids just sit there and refresh. And then once you start seeing them aggressively start moving up and the delta start climbing, then that's when you can go in. That didn't happen. We could just run up. Who knows? I don't care. Uh, and you shouldn't either. You just have to sit here and wait and put the odds in your favor. Once the stars align and the odds are in your favor, then you click that button. Don't be doing no hope trades. Well, I'm going to click here and I hope it comes up here for a 15 pointer to 1 1/4 for a nice 15 pointer. Hope trades are not ideal trades because what's the support down here? Down here, we have no idea. I don't see anything very good. It's 2 o'clock. We got 37, pretty good delta right there. 37, but still, there's nothing. Nothing. I'm not really seeing anything that interests me. Maybe if that 1 minute right there closes inside this little bar, you have an inside bar, and then you get in on a break of that with some good volume coming in, you might be able to uh, be able to get something. If we close in between here and you get a break of this, and maybe you can try to come up in this area. Okay, it just happened. Let's see what happens. There you go. Whoops, let's come back down here. You guys see the delta start coming in order to take a trade like that. You really got to see it coming in, and I don't see anything coming in. There's no interest. There's no interest to run this thing up to 130. There is no interest. Okay, you have this little inside bar right here with a positive 17. That's basically delta neutral. Yeah, there's no interest to run this thing up. Not yet. Maybe right up in here. Got some support at 35. Did you get it? Yep. Okay. Um, yeah, I'm not seeing any interest. No large volume. I've got my settings. I mean, my settings are minimum volume for a bubble to even show is 5 volume. This is very low, man. This is very low. No interest whatsoever. The delta on the 1 minute extremely low. There ain't nothing going on. It could explode all of a sudden and just run right up and run without you. We have no idea. Got a large buyer up here previously. He or she or whatever it is could be up in this area. Could move this thing. They were interested earlier. 116. You got a lot of resistance up here. Up here, you got about 55 up here. Yep. See, there you go. So you broke it. If you broke it, you got that 50 at 114 for support. If it drips back down to here, you can go ahead and think about like, do I want to take this trade? Okay. You got to get through the 130 area. Boom. We're filling it big, large fill contracts, 100 buy order contracts. Boy, I can't do anything because I don't have missed it. Closed out my order book just because I don't want to give back profits, but I could have made some right up in here maybe. At least 10 points, another couple $100. It is what it is, you know? It is what it is. So we came up to this area. All of a sudden we had the bid step in here. They pulled back slightly, and if you can get in on the break of that, you can possibly come up here and maybe get yourself about 10 points. You might say, well, 10 points ain't nothing. Well, okay, sling in 5 contracts and make yourself $1,000 on the move in a matter of like like 30 seconds. If you want to treat this as a game and you want a full port when the odds are in your favor. Now we're seeing a lack of volume, so you need to really peel some off. Also, you got to think about where you're at. See that big negative volume right there? There's a reason why we're doing what we're doing. That could be it. Also, those large sellers that were there previously are right there. Okay? That negative delta right through there. Okay? There's a reason. Oh boy. Yeah. We got about 2 hours to 4 o'clock, so let me check on something real quick. That was wrong. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay, good. Okay. All right, what we have here. Okay. What do we have here? All right, we got. All right, we had a run up, a pullback, break of that pullback. We got some volume sitting right up in there. That was roughly about 132 up in this area. Uh, we don't have much sitting up here. Yeah, I gotta go do that. Here, let me transfer the money. Uh, uh, um, to to there. We're coming down to 120 area where they're sitting on the bids there at 50. 50 of them sitting on the bid down there. That could be support, and we're right there at the moving average in the 1 minute, so that could possibly, if you actually try to play off of that area, come on. Oh, wrong. Put my fingers on the wrong side of the keyboard. Right here, as you can see right here, uh, that's this area right up in here. Okay. Mm, But we already had a failed once. See, if you get in on the run up here and the pullback right here, and you look at the delta down there, that's not too bad. And you get it on the break of this. If we can't keep breaking this right here, you just got to cut it right here. Okay, you got to cut it on this little doji right here. Just cut the trade. I don't care if it's only 5 points. I don't care if you make 2 points. Who cares? It's better than a full stop out, man. It's better than a full stop out. Just wait for it to set back up. I do this constantly. I do this constantly. I might get in here looking for a nice run, and I see that doji right there, and we're start moving back down. I'll get out for like 2 or 3 points, and then I'll turn around and get right back in if it sets up and it looks like it's gonna break, okay? Heck, last week I did it like, 4 or 5 times, and with doing all of that 4 or 5 times, and I was making myself 3 like 2, 3 points because I wouldn't take a full stop out. I ended up making, I don't know, like 10 points on it. So, you know, I know a lot of these gurus say, "Oh, you gotta let the trade work. You gotta let the trade work. Yeah, you gotta let that 3 to 1. You gotta let the trade work." Yeah, okay, you let the trade work. I don't care. That's how you trade, not me. 120 where you got 50 of them sitting on the books at 120. What you want to do, start recording. Okay, we're sitting on the books here at 120. We got about 50 sitting on the bids right there. You guys see this area right here on the bids start refreshing. If they get eat up, do they get refreshed? Yes, they're refreshing and they need to start lifting the offer here, just like they're starting to do. They start lifting the offer. This is what you want to see in an area like that. You want to see the support right here, 50 at 120. You want to see these get eaten up and see that refreshed. Okay, that is support. All right, let me cut that recording. Okay, the other one was a lot better. Um, I got to run and go do something real quick. You got like 40 just sitting there. Man, this is really difficult because we got all this candle right here. I just don't like the 1 minute, the way it's shaping up. I don't like the 5 minute. I don't like how, I don't like how this area could not be defended and they're letting it go down. I just don't like that. Here, I got to run and go do something real quick. Uh, It'll just take me about 10 minutes. I'll be right back. Let's see. 10 minutes. Here, let me mute this thing in case my kid comes in the office. All right, I'm back now. Market didn't do anything. Oh, actually, we had something going on, but I'll explain why you wouldn't take it. Uh, well, you wouldn't take this right here. Right here, right up in here. Okay, you got a lot of selling right up in here. We had a surge. Okay, we had a surge of selling right there. Okay, that surge of selling is probably this right up in here. Okay, you had a delta surge, this right here, but the problem with it is that we closed up here. We didn't close below here and then go for a break to run down. Okay. And you had all this support right here, 43 at 117. Okay. So you really don't want to do that. Plus you have this down in here. You would have to break through all of that. Okay. So, and another thing, you're flatlining on this 1 minute. You're flatlining. Okay. On the moving average, you're flatlining. When that happens, it tells you do not take a trade, long or short, when you're flatlining. You want it to be moving up like this. You're not looking to get the whole move, okay? You're not a hindsight trader like most of these gurus out here that sell courses. The hindsight traders are awesome, man. They're really awesome. I wish I could be as good as them. But what we can do is take short little trades like this and get yourself about 15 points and get yourself about $300. If you do 2 contracts, you get yourself about $600. You're making a 6-figure income. Okay. And if you have to sit here for 2, 3, 4 hours to do that, go ahead and do that. If you can make a 6-figure income sitting on your butt for about 4 or 5 hours to make 2 or 3 trades and make 6 figures, do it. And if you can be consistent, and make yourself $500 a day, after you get good at this and you can average about $300 to $500 a day, there's absolutely no reason why you can't do $1,000, $2,000 consistently. Some days are going to be red, some weeks are going to be red, but that's fine. Out of the whole year, as long as you're consistent, that's all that matters. I mean, heck, a couple of weeks ago, I had a bad week. I was actually a little small red for the week. So what? Big deal. I'm making it up and then some now. That's just the way it is. That's just the way trading is. I mean, we're not looking for the whole move. We're not looking for this right here, a 50-pointer. We're looking for this right here, a 15-pointer. Okay. Base hits and do that consistently, $300, $500 a day. Yeah. And you can do that on 1 mini consistently. Why can't you do it on 2 minis and make yourself about $800,000 a day? You got to walk before you can run. But I wouldn't be taking any trades because the moving average is flatlining. This is flatlining. The moving average is flatlining. You do not take trades long or short. You don't. If this thing starts dumping, some people are going to short and maybe get rewarded. I have no idea. But what I do know is that right here, okay, they're refreshing the bids right here. We've got some sellers right in here, but they keep refreshing the bids. They're holding them off, okay? Right down in this area. You got 42 at 113, okay? Had that 26 flip to 27, and are they refreshing the bids? They need to refresh this bid right here. Where is it? They need to refresh it right up in here. Because if we break this and we keep going, yep, they didn't refresh the bid, so you don't go. That's not absorption. You don't go long. You don't sit here and chase trades. Look at the 5-minute on the long term. Look at the 1 minute. Where are we? We're up in this area where. Okay, we just had 26 contracts come in. Okay, we're right here in this area where you had high positive delta with a large buyer there. Of course, you had some large sellers there. We're up in this area. I mean, if you sit here for 3 to 5 hours and only make 2 or 3 trades, let's say one loser, 2 winners, and you walk away with $500, that's a six-figure income. I don't know why you would not wanna do that. Some people want instant gratification pretty quickly. Some people always wanna be in the trade. Are we going long? Are we going short? Blah, blah, blah. That is not what a professional trader does. Professional trader is not constantly, uh, clicking buttons in and out, in and out, in and out, going long, going short, going la la. It's just sit and wait. When I started taking less trades and I sat and waited, I started making more. This is 26 contracts. That's not a real large trap fire to go long. I mean to go short. That's just not it. Plus you got this area right up in here at plus you got this area right here. Uh, you got this delta right up in here too that you have to deal with. This positive delta. Because the big volume is being traded right here. Okay. Realistically, you don't want to be trading up in this area. You want to try to be taking longs down in this area and coming back up towards the point of control where the big volume of distribution is. See how we did that? This might be a little pullback and for another dump down to 075. We have no idea. You just gotta sit and wait for a nice decent trade. It might happen. You know, most of the time they happen during 9:30 to 11:30 is when they really happen. That's where I made most of my money is in the morning. I got an eval that's green. I got a funded account that's green. I closed out the order book, so I can't make any more executions because I don't want to give back any more money than I have to. So, you know, I quit while I'm ahead. So, okay, we got some large volume coming in here. Pretty good positive delta from the bubbles being dark green. They're trying to push it down. You got some support right up in this area right here. Problem is the 1 minute, if you look at it, it's sloping downwards. And we've had these wicks, these little spinning top candles. We had these wicks up here and they keep getting pushed down. We need on the 1 minute, we need to close above it. If it pops way up, do not chase. Just wait for a trade. If we close above the 1 minute, that's good to go long. But look at the 5 minute, it's flatlining. What do I say when the moving average flatlines? Don't go long or short. This moving average, the way I developed it was I took the Heiken Ashi chart. If we closed above this, that would actually be pretty good. Uh, the way I developed this is I took the Heiken Ashi data and then I smooth it out with a 9 exponential moving average. And then that's what this moving average is. Okay, now we're closing above it, but we got resistance right up here at 120. Whoops. We got resistance right up here at 120, okay? We need to break through that. We need to break through that. If not, we could drift back down to this area right here, 097. You got to look at the books to see if they're keep refreshing. We got 31 contracts come in. Are they refreshing the bids right here? It looks like they're not. They're eating up the bids and refreshing the offers. That's what it looks like they're doing because we keep jumping down. You have to you have to pay attention to this histogram. You gotta see that the 1 minute. We had up candle, we had down candle is basically neutral. The 1 minute's flat lining. What does that tell you? Don't take a trade. 5 minute flat lining, don't take a trade. Best thing you can do is sit on your hands and sit here and wait. At 100, you got some support right there at 100. What would be nice is to come down here at the 100 with this support right here at 54. Come down here, get a lot of sellers coming into the market and not able to push it down. And then look to see if there's nice big green volume coming in with high delta. Okay, what we need to see is big volume, big selling volume. Big selling volume is what we need. We need big selling volume and not able to break 100 because they keep refreshing the bids. We want to see big volume with them refreshing the bids. Big sell volume with the bids, the green histogram refreshing and not moving down. And then you can possibly get yourself along. That's what you want to see. Sometimes they'll shoot up without you, and that's fine. You're going to miss them. Who cares? Move on. There's always another trade right around the corner. Like right now, I wouldn't be doing anything. They might grind back up. Who cares? I didn't see what I wanted to see down here. I did not see what I wanted to see. And if it grinds back up, I do not care. I did not see what I wanted to see. But we saw 14. Yeah, whatever. I mean, what do you want to do? Take every single small one that you see? I want to see big volume. I want to see a big fish so I can catch it. Trade less, make more money. See what I talked about it just grinding back up on low volume? That's basically what it's doing. I do not care. Do not care that 15 points, who cares? Move on. Yeah, I do like 10, 15 points. I do. I like to stick to my plan. That 14 is not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see like 100 or something. It doesn't need to be one big bubble, one big execution to show a bubble in the 1 minute. It doesn't need to be a single order with large contracts. You can look at it down here at the live pulse. It could be like 75, 100, 200 sell orders off of here. And then you start running up and the delta starts climbing on the 1 minute and the green bubbles are real dark green with the delta being positive. Yeah, that's a go sign. You just sit and wait. I mean, we had a huge morning. We had a very good morning. Why give it back on a crappy trade? You know, why give it back? Why give that money? Why? Oh, this is what I like to see. We got big, come on, I want to see big volume, big volume, big volume. I want to see the bids refreshing big volume, big volume. If you did get in low delta, I just, I mean, what's that? 4 points? Yeah. I want to see big volume coming up to here to this area, right up in here. You got the 5 minute flatline. You want to see the 5 minutes sloping upwards like this, okay, running upwards. Okay, you want to see it running upwards. I mean, earlier this morning, this is what we got. We got runs, one right after another. I couldn't even keep up with them. I was trying to explain why we got in one trade and then another trade set up, and I missed it. I mean, you know, you want to see action with it sloping upwards. I mean, the NQ this morning took the blue pill and got straight up. I mean, my word. I like to see upward motion, but that was massive, man. That was big. Um, uh, I mean, we're right at, if you look, I need to code me one of these for Ninja Trader. I need to code me a TPO chart, time price opportunity, and a volume chart. The volume chart, the volume and the delta profile for a 30 minute could be very easy to do. Might be able to do that this weekend. I don't know. I'll try. I'll see what I can do. Uh, okay, you see how we came here on the time price opportunity on March 31st? We had this area right here, low priority as far as time spent in this area. And this is overnight session, New York session. Low volume. And look what we did. We kind of spiked down a little bit, came down to this area right up in here, about halfway through it. Now, today is a nice P shape, which means, even on the volume profile, P shape means it's nice and bullish for next week. Okay. Nice and bullish for next week. Okay. If we close up in this area, that will be really nice for a nice little run upwards. Okay. How far of a run upwards? Well, we have this area right up in here. Okay. Right up in this area. Okay. Do, do, do. I need to code one of these TPOs and volume profiles for Ninja Trader. Uh, Ninja Trader doesn't have one on their order flow package that's any stinking good. Uh, okay, I want to see big volume come in. I want to see nice volume come in here. I want to see the bids refreshing. I mean, we've kind of trickled up a little bit. We ain't seeing much. I mean, look at this, man. This is just, yes, you can go ahead and get in here and get a bounce off of it and got yourself 5 points, book yourself $100, get yourself a nice bottle of whiskey for the weekend. And sure enough, you can do that. I don't know if you want to do that. It's Good Friday, Easter. You know, you might want to lay off the liquor a little bit. Um, yeah. I mean, get in here. Maybe you can come up here and test this for about 15 points. Got the delta on the 1 minute. Look at that. We had a red candle and a positive delta of 61. That's a little divergence going on right there. A little bit of divergence. We might be able to come up here and test the 122 area. Might come up here and test this 122. Yeah, 67 sitting on the bid at 100 right here. Yep, we test 122s. Good job. We test the 122s. Um, I don't have my order execution window open. Oh, are we running? Is there any news? We got news come out. Trump say something on Truth Social. Oh boy. Yep. That was not expected. That was not expected from down in this area, to be quite honest. Well, right here, and that was not expected. It was a 40-point run, real quick. What do I have my settings to? I'm depth of 75, but let me just clear everything out. I just clear it out and go from the beginning. So that was a nice little run. I just cleared the chart out real quick. I just cleared it out. As you can see right there, cleared. I just cleared it out. Just start over again. You do that from time to time. You can do that. If it starts running slow on you, just hit the clear button. There's just because I'm keeping 10 minutes of historical data, and if you have the settings too much of stuff being printed, that's why I set this resting orders to 10. I don't set it to like 5 because it's just too much to be painted on the screen there. And I know some people are gonna be like, "Well, it needs to work like Bookmap." Well, Bookmap has about $1 million a month to deal with, and they got a team of engineers. And I'm also trying to trade for a living, and also write code. I mean, I've been a software engineer for 15 years, but I need to rewrite this and do the background as a pre-rendered bitmap and let the GPU print it on screen instead of the CPU. That will give a tremendous performance boost. But I'm not going to do that right now. So we had to run up a little pullback. You got to think you're right up in this area too. The only real support I see is right here, about 30 at 1 1/4, 45 at 1 1/4. So if we get a pullback and we get some selling up in there, it gets absorbed a little bit, we might be able to run and get a quick 10, 12 points. When it wasn't meant, we had to run up in a little pullback right there, a little micro pullback, and that was positive 17 delta on that. That was a nice little, small little scalp that you can take on stuff like this. Run up, a pullback, small little scalp like that. You got the delta right there. And that's only about 5 points, but see what you can do. If it comes back, just cut the trade for break even. That's what I do. I try to get the pops. If it comes back, I just cut the trade break even. Commissions are cheap, a lot cheaper than a full stop out, to be quite honest. Or if it starts slowing up like this, and you're up in this area, what I'll do is I just slice some off. and try to manage the rest of it. That is what I do. I slice some off and manage it. So we broke that area right there. We're breaking that area. What you need to do is you need to see them lifting the offer there and then refreshing the bid. They need to run through the offers up here, and they're not doing that. Maybe they're getting another pullback or another run up. Who knows? It's been quite boring after the massive, massive run this morning that we did. But I'm fine with that. I made my money. I think it was within the first hour. I made my money. And I was happy. I made my money in the first hour, and I was pretty much happy for the rest of the day. Okay. Yeah, we got some pretty decent uh, offers up there. Of course, we have a little bit right here. I need to chew through. Not very much. Most of it, I would be more of it up here at around 160. We got some good green delta on the bubbles, but we need to chew through. We need to chew through this area right here, and we need to see the bids refreshing, and they're not refreshing. When you get to areas like this, you don't want to see the green getting filled and the offers refreshing because then they're just getting absorbed. You want the bids to aggressively attack the offers, aggressive attack, large volume, aggressive attack, and keep pushing forward. You don't want, and if the offers are refreshing, they keep pushing forward. They just eat them up and keep pushing forward. That is what you want to see for you to keep moving up. So if you're like down in this area right here, and you get up to an area like this up in here, and you get into an area like this, and you see big dark green bubbles with the volume, and they're not able to break through, and the bids and the offers right here keep refreshing and pushing it down or stalling it, just take profits. Just take some profits. That's the only thing. That's the only advice I can tell you. If right now you got the movement average sloping upwards on the 1 minute, the 5 minute is kind of looks like it wants to break out of the flat lining because it was the 5 minutes was kind of flat line. It was kind of dead for about 5, 10, 15, 20, about 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes. It was just kind of dead. Uh, but we had a massive morning. Look at that massive morning we had. That was fantastic on the 5 minute man. This thing I explained. I was explaining this trade right here. I think it was this one right here. I was explaining, and then all of a sudden, on the 1 minute, it set up right back up again here, and it kind of ran, and I missed that trade because I was explaining it, and NQ rudely interrupted me, and it kept running, and then I was like, okay, just run, and then we got the boom, got massive blowout right there. I'm glad I got the stayed up late last night and got the persistent Delta persistent scalper up in here. I'm gonna have to create a video about that, explaining that. That's how the Delta persistent scalping. If you see this right here, show Delta persistent signals. This is something that I used to trade on a footprint chart and used to scalp off of a footprint chart where I would spend 100% focused and I would crank money out this way. All because of a delta surge, stacked levels, and price kept ticking up and never ticking down. For 2 ticks, tick up, tick up. If it ticks up, ticks down, invalid trade. This right here has made me quite a bit of money. You can be a one trick pony. You're not going to take a whole lot of trades, but you can be a one trick pony and you can be passing them evals left and right. You go in heavy, if you're that type of trader that likes to full port, you want to do it on something like that. I'll explain that in a video. I'm gonna create that video tomorrow. I need to really explain that because you're not gonna get that information from other YouTubers because probably half of them don't know what the hell they're talking about. They just regurgitate information that they've heard before. I've been trading NQ for 10 years. Software engineer for 15, made a little bit of money. So then I started slinging money in the futures. Blew up about 7, 8 grand. Because the micros weren't around. And after blowing up about 7, 8 grand, I kind of like, maybe I need to figure this thing out. The fake prop firms were not around, so I couldn't use them. Micros weren't around. I don't know if y'all know this or not. I don't know if you know this or not. This is something I'm very, very excited about. Let's see, CME Group. Here, let me bring this up. If Google can find it. Well, I don't know. Come on, blank screen. Come on, really? CME Group. Really? Oh, come on, man. You are got to be kidding me. Technology is getting worse. We got some large buy. I'm going to show you this a little bit later. We got some large buy-in up in here. You got some. Come on, man. You got some resistance right up in here. You got some large sellers. If they're not going to go anywhere and we actually break this, we could possibly make a nice little run. It needs to break it with some good volume. I got the for even one bubble to show up. Yeah, if we break this, there we go. There we go. Come on, keep running. Keep running. Get that delta climbing. We're at 159 positive delta in the previous candle. We're at negative 30 on the current candle. It needs to start surging. We need to start eating up. These bids need to start pushing up the offers. They need to start eating this up. If you got in right here, you do not want to see this thing come below this. You do not want that to happen. Like possibly right now, I'd be cutting the trade. See, so I'm talking about. I'd just be cutting the trade. I can get in later. I do not want to see this. I mean, a run up, a little pullback is fine, but then just sitting here like this, absolutely not. Just cut the trade for break even. Be done with it. Lack of volume. Not what I wanted to see. You gotta be willing to cut the trades for break evens. You gotta be willing to cut the trades because if you got in here because you got some nice volume and then you had some nice selling, and you're like, okay, wait a minute, maybe we're gonna go test this area. And you got in here, and let's say you got lucky and got yourself 5 points. Okay. Once you start coming back down and you start coming back down to your break even, there is nothing right here that will stop it to go 10 points, and there's absolutely no reason to be taking a $200 stop out. That is ridiculous. That is idiotic. Take your break even, admit your loss, admit you were wrong. See what I told you? When I said I'd be getting out right now, I'd be cutting the trade, I don't like it, because I admit that I'm wrong. Hell, I'm wrong 60. Hell, I'm wrong 40 to 30 to 40% of the time, I'm wrong. 60 to 70% of the time, I'm right. Let's take a break even. Bet you wish you would take a break even now. Okay, let's go back to this. CME Group to launch single stock futures. Man, oh man, am I gonna be all over this. I'm gonna be watching it as it launches. I'm gonna be watching it to see what's going on because this is gonna be fun. New financial New financially settled futures contracts to include 50 plus top U.S. single stocks, including Alphabet, Meta, Nvidia, Tesla. Oh boy, let the fun times start. Mr. NQ, I have traded you and you and I have been friends. It has been a love-hate relationship for 10 years. We've had this relationship. I will always be around and you will always be my friend. But I'm going to go trade me some stinking stock futures, boy. Yeah, it's going to happen this summer. I love you, Mr. NQ. You and I have been friends for many, many years. I kind of like you, Mr. NQ, because you are a squirrely freak hyped up on Red Bull. You're a second chance instrument. The NQ usually gives you a second chance to get the heck out when you admit you're wrong. Okay? It gives you a second chance. It gives you a second chance. See right here, second chance. You know, you got to admit that you're wrong and cut your losses. Then it came back down. Then it came back up here, pretty close to where you were. It's telling you right here, hey, buddy, I'm giving you a second chance. You might just want to take your small loss and get the heck out. You can always come back later. See, the NQ is the second chance finance, and second chance financial instrument. Oil? I don't know about that. I tried trading oil and got my ass handed to me. I can't trade oil. I just got my butt smoked after losing a few thousand. I'm like, nope, I'm gonna go back to the NQ. At least it don't whip my ass too bad. I started on ES, and that is really the best thing I think most new traders could do is go trade the ES. It's a thickly traded market. It's not thinly traded and the hyped up squirrely freak like the NQ is. The NQ back in the day was called the Widow Maker for a reason. One minute, 5 minutes contradicting each other. 5 minutes sloping upwards, coming back down to the 1 quarter area. The 1 minute sloping down, starting to roll over. We're right at the point of control for the New York session, so that really don't mean a whole lot. Uh, but you also got to understand you have some large buyers. You see this column right here, this column sellers, this column buyers. That yellow bar right there means that that is where the largest buyer for the New York session was right here in this area at 24,118. Okay, and it's on the buy side. Okay, and we're coming down here right at the point of control, but most of the volume right there. You see that the buy volume right up in here. That's just you know all the sell volume, all the buy volume, kind of like a a little histogram to let you know what's going on. Later on, I'm gonna have a footer down here throughout the whole chart area, and it's gonna give you the total cell, total by, and then the delta. Okay, but that's later. That's later. We'll get that done later. Next week. Next week. If you want to support this project and let this thing run to a massive, massive order flow package for NinjaTrader and actually give me the support to actually start building out an order flow trading platform where you can trade on an order flow trading platform. If you will have that chance next week. If you want to start supporting this project, you got about 2 more weeks of the free license. Got about 2 more weeks of the free license. Next week, you'll have the opportunity if you want to start supporting this project, you can. It's going to be $95 for a whole year. That's $8 a month. Um, you'll get everything I have now, and plus you'll get everything in the future. What we're going to do is we're going to wrap up that DOM that I showed you earlier that's in beta. We're going to wrap that up to a pretty solid DOM. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move over to creating TPO charts and volume profile charts, and we're going to start building out a chart trader, so we can start chart trading on the live pulse right here and start chart trading on this chart right here. So you'll have the opportunity if you want to support the project. You'll have it next week. We got some resistance up here. As you can see right up in this area. We got a little bit of resistance. We got the 1 minute kind of sloping upwards. You got the 5 minute. You see how we had that 5 minute red candle? You know, had that little 5 minute red candle right there. Boy, I wish I could use my whole stinking screen. Maybe I need to look at trying to do that. Uh, let's see. I'll talk about resistance. And we got some support down here, I guess. Not very much. That's kind of weak. I don't like that. That's kind of weak. Um, yeah, we had. I don't. This ain't much volume right here. I mean, look at this. 19, 25, 23. I don't like that. I need like 50 or more. See how they yanked it? I just don't like this. That's not for me. And I don't show very many. I only got the DOM level set to 75 because I don't need to see what the heck's up there 500 up above me. Could care less. It'll fill it out once we start trading them up there. So we have a run up and a little pullback. You get in on the break of that. That's not a very ideal trade to be taken, to be quite honest, because you're right stinking right here in the middle of a balanced market. I just can't. I just can't take that, to be quite honest. Of course, I'm picky like that. Once we started moving up, we had that support start coming in. We had these sellers right here. Once we started breaking that area, yeah, you got yourself 10 points. I just didn't. This is because then it was kind of blank. I did not like that. It's a nice right there, right there. It's a nice old hole for it to fall right on through. So I don't like it. I don't like it. As we were moving up, it started filling out. Okay, big deal. It's still at 34. Do not give. Do not care. We got 45 volume, but very light delta because the bubble is very light. The opacity is light. So it's a light positive delta. Same thing with the big bubble right there. Um, we got no large single order contracts coming in from the 1 minute or the 5 minute right here. These bubbles, I wrote the code to aggregate the volume per 100 milliseconds. So each bubble is like 100 milliseconds. I could possibly, I don't know if I want to do this. Because some people, yeah, I just keep it like it is. Okay, if we come back down here to 1/2, if we come back down here to 1/2, it looks like the point of control shifted back down to 1/2. It looks like up in that area a little bit further down because I remember earlier it was at one, or was it? I can't remember. But if we drift down back down to here, I want to see large volume up in here. I want to see large volume up in here. I want to see large volume with the bids right here refreshing and pushing up, like I kind of showed you the past 2 times. That's what I like to see. We really like to see you go down here to 140. That would be really nice. There, Mr. NQ. Don't you be going up there to 180. Give us a little pullback right up in here. 1/2 would be nice. Give us a little pullback. Let's start seeing some people coming into the bids, stacking on the bids. About 50 more, 50 or more stacking. Ooh, ooh, what you doing? You had a little trip up, fall on your face. We ain't got nothing up in here, man. Come on down here to 1/2, man. Right here, 1/2. And then have these guys at 140 move up to 1/2. It might not give us that chance. It might not give us that chance. It's been kind of a boring. It's been an amazing morning. That was a juicy morning. We didn't take any single losing trades. Then later on through the day, I got a little brain fart, started losing a couple trades and win a couple, and then I just had decided to cut the order book, just close the order book, just cut it. Yeah, tonight I'm gonna work on that. You know what? I'm just gonna do a really short video of that thing that I just recorded. I wish I would have recorded the other one, man. Man, that was an awesome absorption with the bids refreshing and we took off. Man, that was awesome. That would have been a really good video. We got 166 sell orders come in. We got 140, 141 of it. Sell contracts. That's one single order. 141 contracts. If they get caught on the wrong side and we close up, if we close up above here, it could be good night for them bad boys right there. It could be good night for them little stinkers. You little stinkers right there just might get squeezed the living crap out of you little butts. I don't know why. I don't know why you slamming in 140. I mean, earlier today, you had some sellers right up in here. But you look at this right up in here, we're right up here at the top, and they trying to sell. See, you ain't the only one trying to sell the top, and even these desk traders do it. Come on, we need to see some big green, big green, big delta, big delta, big green. Oh yeah, keep going there, Mr. Sellers. Keep going there, Mr. Sellers. You're gonna get the shit squeezed out of you pretty soon. You're gonna get the shit squeezed out of you. Or I could be a liar on screen. All right, we need to see this 80 delta surge up to about 1/2. 90 needs to surge up to 1/2. If we're going to keep climbing, that delta this delta right here does not stay where it's at. It needs to go from 100, it needs to go to 150. It needs to go to 150 now, or just cut the stinking trade. Okay, if you got in right here, and this thing don't start surging upwards up in this area, you just need to cut the trade and rethink the situation. You can always re-enter. Do not let. Don't like this. Don't like this. Got a little bit of support right here at 170. You got a little bit of support at 170. If you break that, you need to see the bids refreshing. You need to see the bids refreshing. You got sellers coming in. You need to see the bids refresh, bid refresh, bid refresh, bid refresh. Fill it up, shoot it up, fill it up, shoot it up. You got to see the bids refreshing. They're refreshing. Come on there, boys. Push them up. Squeeze that 141, squeeze the living crap out of him. Yep, nope. You got to get back up in there, refill them bids. If you start, that's all, folks. If you start losing this area right here, you need to get the hell out and take your small loss like a big boy. Right now, you need to be thinking about the situation you just got yourself into. You have got to think about the situation you got yourself into. Are you going to hold in? Are you going to hold this? You got 140 right here. We thought we were going to get the living crap squeezed out of him right here, but right now we came back down to here. Okay, you really need to rethink your situation. You got large sellers in this area. You got delta neutral basically up in here. Okay, are you going to hold this friggin' thing from here all the way back down to the moving average? Okay, in my opinion, that's 13 points. If you've already made money, why the hell give it back? Cut it for a small loss, okay? Cut it for a small loss, for about a $100 loss. Rethink the situation, regroup. If it's a micro pullback, get back in, okay? It's a lot cheaper than a full stop out, okay? I thought we were going to be able to squeeze the crap out of the 141, but we ain't, okay? Admit that you're wrong. Take your small loss. Take your small loss like a big boy. Yep. So that was a failed trade. That was a failed trade. That was a failed trade. Okay. So we had 141. This is and I'm glad this happened. This is not a good trade, and I'm glad it happened. I didn't take it because my execution box is closed because I'm done for the day. I closed it out so I wouldn't take no more trades because I'm green on a funded, green on an eval. I'm not giving it back. So let's look at this on a footprint chart. Okay. Let's look at this on a footprint chart. Okay. We've got 300 sellers right there, but we had like 141 of it. Okay. 141 of it was single order, 141 contracts. Okay. So we came up here, we broke this area right here, and I'm thinking we're squeezing. Okay. I'm thinking we're squeezing. So we come up here. We got this area right here, this 30 single order buyer come in. Okay, I'm thinking we're going to squeeze. Right here, we got 39 to 47, 31 to 38. It's kind of neutral. We closed down below right here. You got a wick right here, and you got in right here. Okay, if you got in right here, and you see this candle right here, 36 to 27, bad. Okay, then then you got this one right here, like 125 to 25, 117 to 100. I mean, this right here should have told you to get out. This right here. These two right here, and look at the delta shift. You're in here. You need to take your loss like an adult and go ahead and take your 5-point loss. Okay? That's just the way it is. This is why I'm 60 to 70% win rate. Okay? You're wrong on the trade. Get out. I would have taken a small loss on this trade. Out. I thought we were going to squeeze the living crap out of them. Okay? We had negative delta, negative 61, and we closed above a 141 with the 1 minute moving average sloping upwards, with the 5 minute moving average sloping upwards. I thought we were going to squeeze the living crap out of them, but we didn't. Okay, big deal. Small loss. Move on. Next trade. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Okay, so we got 320 right up in here. He said, "Oh, big delta right there." We got 320 buy orders right here, holding off on the moving average right here. See right here, but I wouldn't try to go short because for one thing, you got all of these buyers right here. Okay, so I really wouldn't be trying to go short, uh, just because we're actually in a balanced market. This is called balanced market. Okay. And I just really just wouldn't be doing this. The odds are not in your favor to do that. Okay. Took a small loss right here. This right here is the type of trade that I will take day in and day out. Is this right here. 141 single order contract come slinging into the market. We got the delta's negative 61. We closed above it. I'm getting in on the break of that because the 1 minute moving average sloping upwards, the 5 minute was sloping upwards, and I'm thinking we're getting ready to break this area right here. I'm looking for a break. We had some good deltas started coming in, but once we got to the top, like I said on this 70, when this candle was forming, and I said we need to surge from 80 delta to 150 quickly in order to get this break. You need momentum to break out of these stinking channels. Okay, the bounce markets, you need momentum to break. We did not get that momentum on this candle. 71 positive delta, I'd be cutting the trade. Take your small loss. Okay, get out right here for about 5-8 point loss. Cut it. No need to take a full stop out. That's idiotic in my opinion. I don't care what the gurus tell you about the 3 to 1s, 2 to 1s, 4 to 4, 5 to 1s. Don't give a crap about what they say. I'm looking at the flow of the market right now. What does the market tell me? Okay. Right here, the market was telling me we're getting ready to squeeze this 141 because moving average sloping upwards. 5 minutes is doing the same thing. But we needed good positive delta to break this area, and we didn't get that. We needed to go from 70. We needed to surge. When I was saying we need to surge to 150 quickly, that means fuel to the fire, which means this 141 is covering and puts fuel to the fire to go upwards. Didn't happen. Take a small loss. Next trade. So 30 to 40% of the time I'm wrong. Well, that percentage is right here. That percentage is right there. Okay, so the adrenaline rush is over. We're back to being normal. Again, we might have to sit here for an hour or two to wait for the next trade. Actually, we're not going to do that because it's 3:20. Guess what? We're done. Uh, I mean, this trade was during power hour. See, this is why I closed out my execution window because I'm green on funded and an eval. You got to walk away. You got to know when to walk away. If I'm up $1,000 and I give $400 back, I need to walk away. I really need to walk away. I'm done for today. You know, it's just something you have to do. I didn't do that today, but that's what you got to do. Okay. I mean, when you have a massive day like we did today, where most of the money was made in the morning, I mean, we had Delta surge after Delta surge. It was nuts. I was trying to explain this trade, why we took this trade and made the money we did. Then it turned around and gave us another trade, and I was too slow, and I was trying to explain something, and I missed the trade. Uh, and then we got this one right here when I had that pullback. I mean, that was good. But, yeah, this was a crazy morning. I mean, within the first hour, I made my money and then I was done. Okay? Um, Crazy morning. All right, so now we're just back to where we were, looking for the small stop loss. I thought for sure we'd get a blowout, man. We could still go for it, man. We could still do it. I got hopes for it. We got 30 minutes. But to be quite honest, if you're green, you really need to shut it down. You really need to be done. Power hour is not for me. That's where I lose most of my money is during power hour. And look what happened. Right into power hour. Small loser. Okay. This is why I shut uh my Rhythmic Trader Pro order execution. That's why I closed it out. Because I know I give money back. Yeah, I got that video. That video. Where is that video? That's a PNG. Oh, wait a minute. The video is on my other drive. Let's look at this. Recordings. I got quite a few, but let's look at today. Yeah, so I'm gonna do a video this weekend about this right here. I'm gonna do a video about this right here. Start recording. Okay, we're sitting on the books here at 120. We got about 50 sitting on the bids right there. You guys see this area right here on the bids start refreshing. If they get eat up, do they get refreshed? Yes, they're refreshing, and they need to start lifting the offer here, just like they're starting to do. They start lifting the offer. This is what you want to see in an area like that. You want to see the support right here, 50 at 120. You want to see these get eaten up and see that refreshed. Okay, that is support. All right. That ain't a very good video. That ain't a very good video. The other one, man, I didn't hit the recording. The other one was a lot better than that one. Yeah, I'll get me another one. Come on, man. Can you get in there? There we go. I'll get me another one. It might be next week. I'll get me a good video. We's get a good video. We's will get a good video. I'm gonna go ahead and clear this out. We don't need all that. Just a bunch of noise. Alrighty. Here, let me take a screenshot of this so I can explain where to take a small loss. Yeah, let me explain it because I'll do that on the video. Hey, this is where you want to get in. This is why you get in. This is where you want to get out and take your small loss like an adult. You got to admit when you're wrong. Because if you don't, the futures market will crush you. If you're the type of person that can't admit that you're wrong, you ain't going to make it. You just ain't going to make it. We got some resistance up here. Small support right here. This ain't very much. We're right in the stinking middle of it. Um, I mean, it's 3:30. What are you going to do? It, if you're red today, just admit it and be done. If you're green, good job. Just be done. There's no reason to keep trading. There's no reason. Doot, 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 doot. You know, a hotkey scalper would be pretty nice for the live pulse, actually, for any of these charts. Um, I need to make a decision. Do I want to go? Because I don't know what happened to that code I wrote for that hotkey thing. I might. I mean, I wrote the code once. I'll do it again. I don't know what I did with that add-on. It's on none of my drives. I don't throw code away, so I don't know what I did with it. So I'm just going to rewrite it. And actually, when you do things the second time, it's usually better, anyways. Actually, it did have some quirkiness to it that I knew how to deal with. It would piss other people off, but I knew how to deal with it. I'll just rewrite it and make it better. Hotkey. You got that 31 sitting up there. You got that 31 right there. You got a nice big positive delta, 66 delta. Kind of loosening it a little bit. You got some resistance up here at 152. I'm just wondering if we break that 152. Are they going to try to go for a run at, well, 330? You got to think about the 350 algorithm, the institutions where they shift money around. Okay, we got some good prints coming in here. We got some good prints. They're starting to eat this up. If you're going to break this area, what you don't want to see, that's not what you want to see if you're trying to break this area. Well, I was getting ready to say, if you're going to break this area, you need to see the bids refreshing right up in here. Okay. You need to see them refreshing and then ticking upwards and eating up the offers and keep ticking upwards. And then eventually it'll just capitulate and run up here to 160, probably to one half 160 for 10 points. That's kind of like what you want to see, but that's not what happened right up in here. See, right up in there, that's not what happened. Okay. Oh, 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 big delta, big delta, big delta. If we pop that area, we might try to run and squeeze that 141 if we can. We got some big delta right there. You need it to be holding this area. If you kind of break this area right up in here, you need to see them bids refreshing. You don't want to see the offers refreshing. You want to see the bids staying up here. The bids need to stay up in this area right here, and those offers need to get eaten. Okay. Nope. This ain't very good support right here. At 30, them 30s down there at 140 need to be like 50 to 100 sitting there. Well, you got 40. They're starting to stack them a little bit, not much. Um, there's not much going on right now. Got the 5 minute over here kind of flatlining. Ain't nothing really going on. Yeah, when it's 3:34. There ain't much going on. We have been in this area kind of like when I said when you started coming up here, they could hold this up here all day long. And that is exactly what they have done. They have held this all stinking day long, and it has made it a very boring afternoon. This morning, massive run. It was extremely fun. Uh, but now it's just boring. And it's been boring for quite a while. That's why you make most of your money in the morning, and then you're done for the day. That one man candle ain't delta surging that much. And plus, the indicator would actually tell you. The add-on would actually tell you if there's a delta surge. Uh, it would look like this right here, like 79 with some dots on there, 345 with some dots on there. I need to explain all that. Um, because somebody asked me yesterday, "Is this gonna be ready for download tonight?" And that was yesterday, and I said, "Probably not." But I stayed up kind of late, and I actually got it done, wrapped up to a point where I could actually release it. So now I got to create a video explaining the settings and how to trade it. See, this is not an area real like where you want to buy. Because look at this, there's nothing here. I mean, what are you going to do? Take a 10-point beat for nothing? No, that's not what you want to do. That is not what you want to do. Don't take heat when it's not necessary. Are we going to giddy up and go and get that 141? Are we going to giddy up and go? We got 336. You better in queue. You're going to make a decision. Are you going to try to squeeze that 141 into the close? Because you're going to have to crap or get off the pot. You got to make a decision. We got 50 sitting there at 140. That would be nice. That would be nice. We can come back down there. It'd be nice if we can come back down there. Might not have that chance though. I need to squeeze this 140 out. Switch over to a solid candle. It'd be nice if we could squeeze this 140 out for some fireworks. It'd be nice if we could squeeze this 140 out into the close for some fireworks. Got to get my start recording button active. We might be able to get something here. We got 47 sitting there at 46 at 140. So they're sitting down up in this area. They're sitting on the books on the bids in this area. Okay. We might be able to get a run down, back down, move back down to this area, get some sellers up in here, get some nice big selling up in here, and then maybe try to get a move back upwards. I doubt that would happen. It'll be right there lower than a point of control, so that's very unlikely to happen. That's very unlikely to happen. But let's see. We got the 141 single order contract up there, single order, 141 contracts. I thought we were going to squeeze them out earlier. If you did get into that, I basically kind of walked you through that and also walked you through a small loss if you actually wanted to take that trade and explained why you got in and why you would take a small loss. There's idiotic to be taking a full stop out. Okay, that's just my opinion. If it's not needed, don't take it. Don't be listening to these gurus on YouTube trying to sell you a course, saying you too can drive a Lamborghini if you buy my course and do my 3-to-1 100% win rate. I don't show you my 5 blown accounts, but I show you the one that I passed today, and whatever. Come on, man. Let's get up in there. Let's get up in there and take them 160s out right here. Let's get them 160s. There we go. Start filling up in. Fill it up, baby. Fill up them orders. Fill them up. Get them bids refreshing. There we go. Get them bids refreshing. Get the bids refreshing. Get the bids refreshing. Get the bids refreshing. Get them. Fill them up, boys. We sitting at the gas station. We filling up. We sitting at the gas station. Oh, we got a stacked buying balance. This could be a go. If you break, come on, man. This could be a go. If you break this area right here, you got to rethink your situation. This could be a go. We need to see this delta start surging. We need to see this delta go from 20 to 100. You need to see the bids refreshing. They're eating. The bids are eating. Come on. The bids are eating. Come on, refresh the bids. If you're up in the trade right now, you're about 3, 4, 5 points. Come on, man. If it comes back on you, you just get out, man. You just get out. Come on, you gotta grind up, man. You gotta grind up. I don't like this weak volume, man. You're kind of disappointing me, man. You're kind of disappointing me. You gotta see them bids refreshing them 19. Whoa! Don't want that. You got a little trip up. You better get back up there real quick or you're gonna be cut. Yep, you're gonna be cut. You a turd. You a turd is what you are. So if you got in right there, it came up here. We had a little trip up. Once you start seeing this trip up and start surging down, you just got to get out. Okay, just get out. Okay, this is what scalping's all about. We had them, we broke them, we had them, we broke them, and then we didn't break them. Just get out. Just get out. I mean, it's 340, so what do you expect? It's 340. What do you expect? The reason I got all looking at this is because right here you had that buy and bounce, that little bar right there. That's a buy and bounce. Once you start breaking that area right there, you could get up, but we only got up about 5 points, and then we just gave it back. So if you're up profitable and you can't break it, and the volume is telling you you can't break it. Look at this. Right here, we had a chance. We had a chance right here. But this volume right here was very weak. And once we start tripping up and just aggressively just trip, fell on your face, you got to get out or break even or small loss. If you can't do that, then you're not going to make it. You got to admit that you're lost. Don't be cost averaging down and all that crap. Okay. Don't let the trade. Don't be. Well, I'm gonna buy when it dumps, and hopefully, no. There are no hope trades. There are no hope trades on this channel. Okay, there are no hope trades on this channel. For one, come on, man, get out of here. Boom. For one, for one, we tried to break it right here. Okay, for one, we tried it right here. We failed. We took a small loss. That thing was like a 5 point loss. You took a small loss. We're trying it again. We couldn't even get up there. We got right here. Okay. You got right up here. You couldn't get it. You, okay, you're done. 2 times, you're done. Take your small losses. Just take your small losses and be done. Just take the small losses and be done. This is education purposes. See, this is why I don't trade late afternoon. It just sucks. Sometimes it's good, but most of the time I just don't like it. Early mornings is where the action's at. 9:30 to 11:30. Man, those first 2 hours are awesome. Delta's low on this. It's like 45 or below. We've already tried to break it. We've already tried to squeeze them twice. It ain't gonna happen. They keep. I mean, we're right in the middle of this stinking area right here. Okay. I mean, we're right in the middle. What are you gonna do? Nothing. We're right in the stinking middle. I was hoping we could get him right there. I was hoping right there. I was like, man, this is gonna be nice. This is gonna be. I'm gonna be able to click the record video. I'm gonna get ourselves a good little short squeeze towards the end of the day. Nope. We've already tried it once and we've tried it twice. Of course, I didn't try it. I had my order execution windows closed. I ain't giving my profits back. Um, 346. You got 4 minutes of 350 algo kicks in and the money starts shifting around. You got to be done for today. Move along. Just move along. Next week could be a good week. I ended the week pretty good. I think this whole week was actually pretty decent for me. Actually, it was because I passed an eval, got my funded account up there pretty good. I got another eval up really decent today. If I didn't miss a couple of them trades because I was not focused, I could have passed. I could have passed that eval in a few trades. Uh, yeah, next week I think is going to be really good. Let's take a look. Let's see. We're closing out here. Let's take a look at this right here. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Let's take a look at this. We're right up in here in this area. Okay, so this is a TPO chart. This little rainbow thing right here. This is New York session TPO chart. This right here. This right here. That little yellow right there. That's the point of control. Time price opportunity. This is where most of the trading for these blocks are 30 minutes. This is where most of the trading has happened right up in this area. This is where most of the volume has happened. Okay. This is what they call a P-shape volume profile. Okay. This is actually very bullish. Okay. Yesterday was nothing but a good balanced distribution day. Okay. This day was a nice double distribution day. Okay. Uh, this was kind of like a balanced day. Okay, balanced day. And then we kind of broke the highs right there. But this is what I'm looking at for today. This is what I'm looking at for next week. Next week, if we come up here and we break the 400 area, uh, you got the point of control for these few days right here. Okay, we got to break through that area before we can start getting up into this area right up in here, up close to 25,000 area. Okay, we got to get through this volume point of controls and the TPO point of controls. I need to code one of these for Ninja Trader. I'm going to code a TPO volume profile chart for Ninja Trader. In the very beginning, it's just going to be a volume profile, delta profile. I'm going to try and code one. I might even try to do it this weekend. I have no idea. If I have time, I can do that. If not, then so be it. I won't. Man, that guy wanted me to DM him. Let me DM me, please. I would like to check it. Okay. Um. Yeah. So we're into the close. It's we got 1 minute to 350 algo. Uh. I actually probably got a few seconds. I need to get a timer on these charts right here that I developed. There we go. Boom. Pop. Come on, squeeze that 141. Squeeze the living shit out of it. Come on, do it, man. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. You got a buy and bounce right here. You got him. Ooh. Ooh. You're getting the shit squeezed out of you, ain't you? Come on, man. Go for it. Do it. Do it. Oh, we got another buy and bounce. Come on, man. We got 300 positive delta. Ooh, come on, man. Do it. Do it. Do it. Give it to him. Make him pay for that decision. About 25 points. I mean, but you got to think about this. You got to think about this, okay? Think about this. You got 141 contracts. Each point's 20. Okay, and you got 25 points. That's $70,000 worth of heat being taken. Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. Who knows? All I know is if you got in order right there, you got to be very quick to get out on these 350 algos. You had a little persistent delta persistent buying right there with a delta surge of 139. Okay, so you got to get out when you can. Okay, the delta surge right up in there. Boom. We had a buy and bounce. That's what kicked it all off. That's what got me all excited about it. And then you go in there. Okay, you got that seller right there. Boom, right there at 168. You see him 306 delta, negative delta. You get that persistent buy-in. Stacked and balance area right there. That stacked and balance area. We broke this high. We started breaking this right here. You get in right there. You get a pop and sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it right into 20, 30, 40, 50 points. Just sell it. Just sell it. Take your money and go home. Yeah. That's the 350 algo for you. That's the 350 algo for you. It's 352. We ain't got much going on. You got delta negative 60 delta. It ain't going nowhere. Okay. Alrighty, keep going there, man. Keep going. I wonder how many people tried to short into the close. You got them people that throw out the Hail Marys. You see me, I think of myself as a probability executor. That's what I think of myself as a probability executor. The probabilities of that 141 staying in the market when you're right up in this area right here, okay, and you got a delta and it's the 350 algo kicking in. The chances of me getting about 10, 20, 30, 40 points is pretty good. Okay. Once you see this buy right here, once you see that buy and balance, and you start breaking this area and the delta starts surging up. Here, let's take a look at a footprint chart and see what happens. Do, do, do. Yeah, so you got look at this 9 to 59. Okay. This is tick merged, okay, and the imbalance is set to 4 and 3 on 3 levels, 3 ticks. Okay, so you got a little imbalance area right here. I mean, but the thing is, the persistent buying was way up top, and we closed below. I don't like that. We got another buy and balance up in here. Okay, 1 to 18, 0 to 12. Uh, the buy and balance needs to be better. It's I need to work on that to get it there. It's just there, kind of gives you a guide. It's there, kind of gives you a guide to work with. Mm, got 8 to 47. So it got taken out. Had them sellers in there and it got taken out. You got 67 to 120. 127, 130 up in here. Uh, yeah, this is kind of useless right now. You got 141 getting squeezed. Yep, at 141. Good night there, mother lover. Good night there, sir. Come back next week. Maybe you catch yourself a short. Maybe you cut yourself a short there or 141. That was one order right there, one order of 141 contracts. Right here, tried it, small loss. Right here, tried it, break even, you know. You get that buy and bounce right there, you gotta give it a third shot, third time's a winner, and sure enough, it's about 30 points. Um, but very, very risky to be trading at 350 into the close, my word. I do it every now and then. I didn't do it this time. I had to order execution window closed down. I made some decent profits today. I'm not going to give it back. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to give it back. Uh, but I just wanted to show people, hey, this is what you can do. Uh, the Delta persistent surge. That's not all that good because it was up here. You see them dots right there? We hit 139 delta surge. A delta surge means within 1 second, the delta surged for 139. Okay, and if you look at it, it was 192 total delta, and 139 of it happened within 1 second. Um, I'm thinking 1 second is good enough. I gave you the settings to do the delta surge of 50 or more. I mean, you could for the NQ, you could even put this to 75, and you'll be fine. The stack levels is 3. You gotta have, stacked buy-in, 3 stacked buy-in, 3 more buy-in than selling, stacked like 3 ticks for the NQ. And the delta persistent, signal, the price ticks, what that means is it needs to tick up and then tick up again. It needs to have 2 ticks up in order for it to be valid, or if it's a sell, it needs to be 2 ticks sell. It can for a buy, it cannot tick up and then tick down. It cancels it out. It refreshes the logic of the code and it cancels it out. Okay. This is what I used to use for delta scalping on footprint charts, and I didn't write a program to do it. Uh, this is what I used to do, and you can make very good money just by doing a delta surge, persistent delta surge. I don't know what other traders call it. I know traders do trade this, and there's not a lot of YouTubers out there teaching delta surge trading scalping the right way. I would say the right way, the way that I've always done it. Okay, on the footprint chart. You don't see YouTubers out there teaching this stuff. They Most of these stupid gurus that have courses that they're selling for like $500 is just regurgitated crap that they've learned. Okay, they're not true traders. Okay, I mean they sit there and buy 10 evals, blow 8 of them, pass 2 of them, and then show you one of the 2 that's good. That's what them idiots do. But the delta surge, it surged 139 within 1 second. Okay, because that's what the code does. It was 192 total, 139 of it in 1 second. That little dot right there is where that delta surge happened. So, and within the surge, the persistent ticks right up there is those dots. Now we traded the living crap out of this morning. Okay, we traded the crap out of it this morning, and we did really good. Actually, this thing moved so much that I actually missed trades. Okay, we had this right here, delta surge of 54. We had them three little persistent dots right there. Them little dots equal 3 delta persistent surges. You get in, you wait for the close, you get on the close. The close of that candle was above the persistence, so then you come up here. I mean, and you see this surging right here, and then it starts closing down below. Maybe you get out for 50 points and make yourself $1,000 in 5 minutes. Okay, that's pretty daggone good, man. Okay, that's a pretty daggone good day. Then you had a stacked and balanced. Then you had a delta surge of 99. You have all those delta surge dots right there. You get in on the break of that. Maybe you get in here. You're not going to get the top. Maybe you come back down here and get yourself about 15 points. So that's about $1,300 for the day. Okay. It happened all stinking day, man. All stinking morning. Then all of a sudden we had another 131, the moving average on the 5 minutes sloping upwards. We were taking that on the 1 minute, on this 1 minute over here. But my word, you get in the break of that because this right here, candle closed above them delta persistent ticks right there. We get in there, boom, we see a buy imbalance. Maybe you add to the winner and you come up here for a 150-point winner. Good night. Go buy yourself a good bottle of liquor. This I mean, this happens. Now that I got this in here, we're gonna be doing a lot of delta scalping. Now that I got my delta persistent scalper working, we're gonna be doing a lot of it because I coded this in here and I gave you the option, change the code, change a little bit of the parameters on the code if you want. Right now I'm using 50. It depends on the day. Stack levels has to be 3, so it has to be like a quarter, half, 3/4, all 3 levels have to be more buyers and sellers, okay? That's what I call stack levels for, the delta persistent signals. Price ticks of 2. Remember what I said, it has to tick up and then tick up again. It cannot tick up, then tick down, okay? It needs to be aggressive. If you set this too high, if you set the price ticks up too high, like 5, you're going to get very, very little signals, man. Very little signals. Even 3 is not that good. Stacked levels, you could set this to 4, maybe. I don't know. Uh, Maybe, and I might even add a minimum volume. I might even add a minimum volume for it. I have no idea. I might do that. I might not. Okay. Um, Because you can kinda look at the volume and see the friggin' delta surging. I mean, you got the volume, so I probably don't even need to do that. But yeah, now that I got this delta surge persistent ticking thing going, I'll put out a video. You'll be able to watch it this weekend. I'll put out a video explaining this, kind of like what I just did. It's actually pretty simple. Okay. I mean, it's not simple when you're looking at a footprint chart and you're trying to trade it like I did for years. But you can actually do this pretty easily just by looking at this. And I did code this in just because, well, it's easy for me to trade like this. I don't have to look at a footprint chart anymore. I have coded everything in. The logic that I have is what I've used on a footprint chart trading order flow for years. I've just put this onto a candlestick right here. If you want to go to a volume chart, then go to a volume chart. Okay, if you want to go to a delta chart, go to a delta chart. Okay, you can still look at uh, the persistent ticks right here, and you look at the delta chart. If you want to go to a footprint chart, go to a footprint chart. Okay, this is what the footprint chart looks like. Boom, up in your face. Uh, and you have to kind of like squish it down. If you squish it down too much, you're not going to get all of the numbers. 'Cause this thing's all freaked out on things all freaked out on me. Um, so yeah, this is what this is. Got the persistent selling, you got stacked selling balances right there. Yeah, this is order flow pulse. See, I don't need to look at a footprint chart anymore. I see it right there. You know, I see it right there. That's good to go for me. Okay. 4:04. Have a good weekend. I will see you Monday, 9:15. Uh, I'm thinking that we're gonna have, since we got this nice P shape right here today on the TPO and the volume profile, we got a nice P shape that is bullish. I am looking for a bullish Monday. We'll see if we get it, but I'm looking for a bullish Monday. I will talk to you later. I'll get the videos out there.